She stood there, praying, 17 years old, hands clasped so tight, her knuckles turned white under the courtroom lights. Madison Clark whispered to God like he was the only witness who mattered. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she swore she was innocent, swore she loved her foster sister, swore she would never hurt 12-year-old Emma Hartwell. The jury watched, some with sympathy, others with doubt. Her defense attorneys had coached her perfectly. The modest blue dress, the simple ponytail, the trembling voice, everything designed to make her look like a terrified child facing false accusations. But prosecutors knew something no one else in that room understood yet. Hidden in the evidence locker was an audio recording Madison didn't know existed. A recording that captured her own voice, her own words, her own actions on the night Emma died. When that recording played, every prayer, every tear, every carefully rehearsed moment of innocence would shatter like glass. Stories like this remind us that justice always finds its way. If you believe in accountability, subscribe now and share your thoughts below. This case started 8 months earlier in a quiet Pennsylvania suburb where foster care was supposed to mean safety. Emma Hartwell had survived 4 years of neglect, 6 different placements, and more rejection than any 12-year-old should endure. She loved drawing horses, collected stuffed animals, dreamed of finally having a permanent family. When she moved into the Clark home, she thought her prayers had been answered. David and Karen Clark seemed perfect, church-going, community involved. With a daughter named Madison who welcomed Emma with open arms. At least that's what everyone saw. But behind closed doors, something darker was growing. Jealousy, resentment, a rage that would eventually explode into violence so brutal that investigators would count 17 separate skull fractures. Madison thought she was clever. She staged the scene, called 911 hysterical, performed grief like an actress. She thought she'd gotten away with murder. She was wrong. The 911 call came in at 7:53 on a Tuesday morning. The dispatcher heard screaming before she heard words. A young girl's voice, shredded with panic, barely coherent through the sobs. "It's my sister," Madison Clark gasped into the phone. "She's not breathing. There's so much blood. Oh God, please send someone." The dispatcher tried to establish control, asking calm questions while typing rapidly to send paramedics and police. Madison claimed she'd just found Emma at the bottom of the basement stairs, said she didn't know what happened, said Emma must have fallen during the night. The dispatcher walked her through chest compressions while help raced toward the Clark residence on Maple Drive, a street where nothing bad was supposed to happen. Paramedics arrived 9 minutes later to find Madison covered in blood, still performing compressions on her foster sister's lifeless body. Emma lay partially on the basement stairs, her small frame positioned awkwardly across 3 steps, head resting on the concrete floor below. The blood had pooled around her skull in a dark circle that had already started drying at the edges. The senior paramedic, James Kowalski, assessed the scene in seconds. This child was gone, had been gone for hours. Her body showed rigor mortis, a stiffening that doesn't begin until at least 2 hours after death. The blood wasn't fresh and wet. It was dried, tacky, old. Kowalski gently stopped Madison's compressions and delivered the words she supposedly didn't already know. "I'm sorry. She's gone. There's nothing we can do." Madison collapsed into screams that echoed through the basement. She called Emma's name over and over, her voice raw with what sounded like genuine anguish. She reached for her foster sister's body before Kowalski pulled her back, explaining they couldn't disturb the scene anymore. Officers were already arriving, boots heavy on the stairs, radios crackling with codes and requests for detectives. Karen and David Clark stumbled into the basement in their pajamas, woken by the commotion, their faces pale with shock. Karen kept saying it didn't make sense, that Emma had been fine last night, that she'd checked on her before bed. David stared at his foster daughter's body like he was trying to make his brain accept what his eyes were seeing. And Madison sat on the basement floor wrapped in a blanket an officer had provided, still crying, still shaking, playing the role of traumatized witness perfectly. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived 20 minutes later. With 17 years on the job had given her instincts that activated the moment she walked into that basement. Something was wrong with this scene. The position of the body didn't match a fall. The amount of blood didn't match a simple accident. And Madison's affect, the way she performed grief, felt rehearsed rather than raw. Reeves watched as crime scene techs began photographing everything, marking evidence with yellow placards, documenting a death that was rapidly transforming from tragic accident to potential homicide. She approached Madison gently, sitting beside her on the couch upstairs where officers had moved the family. She introduced herself with warmth designed to put traumatized witnesses at ease. She asked Madison to tell her what happened, and Madison delivered her story with the kind of detail that innocent people rarely provide. She said she'd woken early because she had a test at school, around 7:45, earlier than usual. She'd gone downstairs to make breakfast and noticed the basement door was open, which was strange. She called Emma's name. No answer. So she went down to check. That's when she found Emma unconscious at the bottom of the stairs, blood everywhere. She immediately called 911 and started trying to help. But Emma wouldn't wake up, wouldn't respond. Madison insisted she had no idea what happened, and that Emma must have gotten up during the night for water or to use the bathroom and somehow fallen. She kept asking if this was her fault, if she should have checked on Emma sooner, if the paramedics were absolutely sure they couldn't save her. Her voice cracked in all the right places. Her tears seemed genuine. But Reeves had learned long ago that grief could be performed, that teenage girls could be exceptional actresses, and that the most dangerous lies were often wrapped in emotion. And by noon, the medical examiner arrived and confirmed what Reeves had suspected. Emma Hartwell had been dead for approximately 8 to 10 hours. That placed her time of death somewhere between 10 p.m. and midnight the previous night. Not 7:45 in the morning when Madison claimed to have found her. The injuries to Emma's skull were inconsistent with a fall downstairs. The pattern and severity suggested multiple blows from a blunt object delivered with significant force. There were no defensive wounds on Emma's hands, meaning she likely hadn't tried to protect herself. Either the attack came too suddenly, or it came from someone she trusted enough not to see as a threat. Blood spatter analysis would later show Emma had been lying on the floor when most of the trauma occurred, not tumbling downstairs. The physical evidence was screaming one word: murder. Detective Reeves returned to the living room and looked at Madison Clark with different eyes. This wasn't a traumatized witness. This was a suspect. The crying teenager wrapped in a blanket had just become the focus of a homicide investigation. Reeves called for additional detectives, for forensic specialists, for the kind of resources reserved for the worst kinds of cases. The Clark home was now a crime scene. Every electronic device would be seized. Every surface would be processed for evidence. Every word Madison had spoken would be analyzed for inconsistencies. And somewhere in that house, Reeves believed, was proof of what really happened. Proof that would show Madison Clark hadn't found her foster sister dead. She had made her that way. The investigation into Emma Hartwell's murder had officially begun. And Madison, still crying on that couch, had no idea how badly she had already failed to cover her tracks. Emma Hartwell entered the world with odds already stacked against her. Born to a mother drowning in addiction and a father who vanished before her second birthday, Emma's earliest memories were of hunger, neglect, and chaos. Social services removed her when she was 4 after neighbors found her alone in a filthy apartment for 3 days. The caseworker who carried her out that day remembered a tiny girl who didn't cry, didn't protest, just held her hand and asked if there would be food where they were going. That question, spoken with devastating matter-of-factness, became a permanent note in her file. A reminder that trauma had already taught her not to expect basic care. She was 4 years old and already understood that adults couldn't be counted on. The next 8 years became a carousel of temporary placements. 6 different foster homes, 6 different schools, 6 different chances at stability that never quite stuck. Some families were kind but only licensed for emergency care, are meant to be stepping stones to permanent homes. Others returned her with vague complaints about behavioral issues that really meant Emma asked too many questions or struggled with schoolwork. One placement dissolved when the foster parents divorced. Through it all, Emma carried everything she owned in a worn backpack, a few changes of clothes, a sketchbook filled with drawings of horses she'd never touched, a stuffed elephant named Chester given to her by a nurse during one of her mother's overdose hospitalizations. Teachers described her as sweet but invisible, the kind of kid who sat in the back and tried not to take up space. She struggled academically, delays likely rooted in early neglect and constant disruption. But she never caused trouble, never complained, just survived. When David and Karen Clark expressed interest in fostering Emma, caseworkers allowed themselves cautious hope. The Clarks checked every box. Comfortable suburban home in Lancaster County, stable jobs, active in their church. One biological daughter, Madison, who was 14 when Emma arrived. They'd completed training, passed background checks, provided glowing references. They said they wanted to offer a child a faith-based home filled with love and stability. On paper, they were perfect. Emma moved in during August, just before 6th grade started. For the first time in her life, she had her own bedroom, yellow walls, a bookshelf, posters of horses. Karen had decorated it specifically for her. Madison took her shopping for school supplies and introduced her to neighborhood kids. Emma started to believe maybe this time would be different. Maybe this time would be permanent. Those first weeks felt like a miracle to Emma. She smiled more, talked more, started catching up in school with consistent support. She asked Karen if she could take riding lessons because she'd always loved horses but never been allowed near one. Karen said yes. Emma joined the art club, made a friend who liked drawing too. Her therapist, assigned to help her process past trauma, noted genuine progress. Emma's drawings changed. Instead of solitary figures in empty spaces, she started sketching families. Stick figures holding hands in front of houses with smoke curling from chimneys. She drew herself into those pictures, and drew what she hoped her future looked like. For a child who'd spent most of her life waiting for the next placement to fail, the Clark home felt like answered prayers. She had no way of knowing that Madison's resentment was growing like poison beneath the surface. Madison had been the center of her parents' universe for 14 years. An only child who received undivided attention, resources, and praise. Emma's arrival disrupted that equilibrium in ways Madison hadn't anticipated and couldn't process healthily. Suddenly, her parents were helping Emma with homework, driving Emma to therapy, asking Madison to be patient with Emma's struggles. Friends at school praised the Clarks for fostering, which should have made Madison proud, but instead made her feel replaced. She started making snide comments at home, called Emma slow, called her annoying. When Karen corrected her, Madison would retreat to her room and slam doors. She posted vague messages on social media about feeling invisible in her own house. Messages her friends didn't take seriously, but should have been warning signs. Emma noticed the shift. Of course she did. Children who've survived instability develop radar for rejection. She tried to make herself smaller, quieter, less of a burden, stopped asking for help with homework, stopped talking about riding lessons. Us apologized constantly for existing in spaces where Madison wanted to be. David and Karen, busy with work and convinced everything was normal teenage adjustment, missed these signs. They saw Emma withdrawing and blamed it on her trauma history. Saw Madison's moodiness and called it adolescence. What they didn't see was the toxic dynamic calcifying between their daughters when adults weren't watching. Madison's jealousy festering into something darker. Emma's hope slowly crumbling under the weight of feeling unwanted again. The collision course that would end in the basement on a night when prayers wouldn't be enough to save either of them. By late September, Emma had stopped going to art club. Her drawings reverted to lonely figures in empty rooms. Her therapist noted regression, but attributed it to the upcoming anniversary of her removal from her biological mother. No one understood the real reason. No one saw how Madison's resentment had become hatred. No one knew that Madison was already searching online for things like skull fractures and head injuries. No one realized that Emma, who'd survived 4 years of neglect and 6 failed placements, had finally found the home that would kill her. She wore purple pajamas covered in cartoon horses the night she died, had fallen asleep on the basement couch with Chester, the elephant, tucked under her arm. She was 12 years old. She loved drawing and horses and the idea of permanence. And she trusted the older sister, who would descend those basement stairs at 10:47 p.m. to end her life with 17 blows from a metal baseball bat. The Clark household followed its usual evening routine on September 27th. David came home from work at 6, loosening his tie as he greeted his family. Karen had made dinner, baked chicken, roasted vegetables, mashed potatoes. They ate together at the dining room table, as a ritual the Clarks insisted on, despite Madison's preference to eat alone in her room. Conversation was ordinary. David mentioned a difficult client. Karen talked about parent-teacher conferences. Madison pushed food around her plate while scrolling through her phone, offering one-word answers when directly addressed. Emma ate quietly across from Madison, occasionally glancing up to gauge the mood before returning attention to her plate. It was a Tuesday, unremarkable, with the kind of evening that happens in thousands of homes without anyone imagining it, might be the last normal moment before everything shatters. After dinner, Emma volunteered to help clear dishes. She stacked plates carefully, carried them to the kitchen, rinsed them under Karen's supervision. Karen thanked her warmly, patting Emma's shoulder with genuine affection. Madison had already disappeared upstairs to her bedroom, claiming homework she needed to finish. David retreated to his home office to catch up on emails. By 8 o'clock, the family had fragmented into separate activities. Karen watched television in the living room until 9:30, when she headed upstairs to prepare for bed. She stopped by the basement, calling down to check on Emma. Found her curled on the couch watching a nature documentary about wild horses. Emma assured Karen she'd go to bed soon. Karen kissed her forehead, told her not to stay up too late, and closed the basement door behind her. That kiss, that moment. The last time anyone who loved Emma would see her alive. What happened next would remain hidden for months. Hidden until forensic analysts extracted audio from a smart home device David had installed 3 weeks earlier. The device sat in the main hallway, designed to monitor the front door and control lights. David had mentioned it briefly at dinner one night. Madison hadn't paid attention and didn't realize its microphone was sensitive enough to capture sounds from the basement through the closed door. Didn't know that in the late-night quiet, when ambient noise dropped to near silence, the device would record everything. Every word, every sound, every moment of what was about to happen. Technology she didn't know existed would become the witness that destroyed her. At 10:47 p.m., the basement door opened. Footsteps descended the wooden stairs. Slow, deliberate. Someone moving carefully to avoid making noise. The television was still playing, the documentary narrator describing migration patterns in Mongolia. Then came Madison's voice, cold, clear. "You're still awake?" Emma's response was apologetic. "I was just watching this show. I'll turn it off." The television volume decreased. Then Madison again, her tone shifting darker. "You know everyone would be happier if you weren't here, right?" Emma sounded confused. Small. "What do you mean?" What followed was verbal cruelty that would later make a courtroom fall silent. Madison told Emma she was unwanted, a burden, a broken charity case who didn't deserve the home she'd been given. She mocked Emma's learning disabilities, her past in foster care, her hope of being adopted. Emma started crying, soft, hiccuping sobs that would later break jurors' hearts. Emma tried to leave. Her footsteps moved toward the stairs, but Madison blocked her path. The argument escalated. Madison's voice rose with rage. "You think you can just come in here and take everything from me? You think you deserve what I have?" Emma's voice trembled. "I didn't take anything. I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone. I'll tell Karen I want to go to a different home." But Madison was beyond reason, beyond the point where apologies could stop what was coming. The recording captured the moment violence began. A sharp sound of impact. Flesh and bones struck with force. Emma's scream cut short. The thud of a small body hitting concrete. Then 3 seconds of silence that felt like eternity. When sound resumed, it was the methodical rhythm of metal striking bone. Over and over, 17 times. Emma's cries growing weaker with each blow until they stopped altogether and only the impacts continued. Madison said nothing during the attack. No rage-fueled words, no emotional outbursts, just the mechanical sound of someone committing murder with grim determination. Her breathing was labored from exertion. Occasional grunts accompanied the blows. When it finally stopped, the recording captured her heavy breathing, the metallic clang of the bat dropping onto concrete, and footsteps ascending the stairs. The basement door opened and closed. The television continued playing its documentary, the narrator's calm voice a surreal contrast to what had just occurred. Emma Hartwell lay alone on that basement floor, bleeding out while a program about wild horses played to no one. She would remain there for nearly 9 hours before Madison called 911, screaming that she'd just found her sister unconscious. By then, Emma had been dead so long, her body was stiff. Her blood dried. Her chance at life stolen by the person she'd tried so hard to please. Madison spent those 9 hours staging the scene, moving Emma's body partially onto the stairs to support her full story, wiping down the baseball bat and hiding it in a storage closet, rehearsing her story, preparing her performance. She set an alarm for 7:30. When it went off, she waited another 15 minutes before calling 911, giving herself time to work up appropriate hysteria. She thought she'd been clever, thought she'd covered every angle, thought forensic science couldn't touch her if she just played the traumatized witness convincingly enough. She had no idea that a device in the hallway had captured everything, that her own voice would condemn her more thoroughly than any detective or prosecutor ever could. That when that recording played in court months later, every tear she cried, every prayer she whispered, every claim of innocence she made would be revealed as the performance it had always been. The night Emma died, Madison Clark committed the perfect murder. Except it wasn't perfect, and justice was already waiting. Detective Sarah Reeves had seen enough crime scenes to trust her instincts, and everything about this scene screamed wrong. Emma's body positioned awkwardly on the stairs, but with most of the blood on the basement floor. Injuries far too severe for a simple fall. No defensive wounds on the child's hands. Rigor mortis indicating death had occurred many hours before Madison's 911 call. The timeline didn't match. The physics didn't match. And Madison's performance of grief, while impressive, had the rehearsed quality of someone who'd practiced in front of a mirror. By the afternoon of Emma's death, Reeves had made a decision. This wasn't an accident investigation anymore. This was a murder investigation. And the 17-year-old girl crying on the couch upstairs had just become the primary suspect. The medical examiner's preliminary findings confirmed Reeves's suspicions. Dr. Michael Brennan arrived at the scene and conducted his initial assessment with the clinical precision of someone who'd examined thousands of bodies. He noted the pattern of injuries immediately. 17 distinct impact sites concentrated on Emma's skull, fractures that overlapped, indicating repeated strikes to the same areas. The kind of trauma that required someone standing over the victim, bringing a weapon down again and again with deliberate force. Falls downstairs produced random distribution of injuries as bodies tumbled and struck different surfaces. This wasn't random. This was targeted. This was rage. Brennan measured the dimensions of the wounds and noted they were consistent with a cylindrical object approximately 2.5 inches in diameter. Something like a baseball bat. Something exactly like the metal Louisville Slugger he'd been told the Clarks kept in their basement. Officers found the bat later that afternoon, hidden in a storage closet behind boxes of Christmas decorations. The Clark family name was engraved on the barrel, a personalized corporate gift David had received years earlier. The bat had been wiped down, but blood is notoriously difficult to completely remove. Brownish stains were visible on the sweet spot even to the naked eye. Field testing confirmed it was human blood. The bat was carefully bagged and tagged as evidence, sent to the lab for DNA analysis and microscopic examination. Forensic technicians would later find Emma's blood embedded in the textured grip, her hair fibers caught in the seams, metal particles that matched the composition of the bat embedded in her skull fractures. The weapon told its own story, a story that contradicted every word Madison had spoken. Reeves focused next on Madison's timeline. If Emma died between 10 p.m. and midnight, as the medical examiner estimated, what was Emma doing in the basement at that hour? The child had been in her pajamas, suggesting she'd been settling down for sleep, not wandering the house. Madison claimed she found Emma around 7:45 a.m., but Emma had been dead for at least 8 hours by then, which meant either Madison discovered Emma much earlier and waited hours before calling for help, a delay that made no sense, or Madison already knew Emma was dead because she'd killed her. The 911 call itself was suspicious. Madison's hysteria sounded genuine. But Reeves had learned that teenage girls could manufacture emotion with disturbing ease. The way Madison described performing chest compressions, the amount of blood on her clothing. The transfer patterns suggested prolonged contact with Emma's body, not the brief compressions she claimed. Blood spatter analysis provided even more damning evidence. Forensic specialists photographed every surface in the basement under specialized lighting, documenting droplets and smears invisible to the naked eye. They found high-velocity impact spatter, tiny droplets created when a blood-bearing object strikes a surface with force. This type of spatter covered the concrete floor in a radius around where Emma's body had been discovered. They found cast-off spatter on the walls, arcing patterns created when blood is flung from a moving weapon. Someone had raised that bat and brought it down repeatedly. The spatter patterns proved it beyond any doubt. Most tellingly, there was no blood on the basement stairs themselves. If Emma had fallen and struck her head multiple times during the tumble, there would be blood transfer on the steps. The only blood on the stairs was smearing consistent with Emma's body being moved after death. Madison's entire story was falling apart. By evening, Reeves had assembled her team and laid out the case. Madison Clark had killed her foster sister. The physical evidence proved it. The timeline proved it. The weapon had been found. Now they needed to understand why. They needed to establish motive. They needed to build a case strong enough to withstand the inevitable defense argument that a 17-year-old girl from a good family couldn't possibly be a murderer. Reeves requested warrants for all electronic devices in the Clark home. Cell phones, computers, tablets, the smart home device David had mentioned installing. Everything would be seized and sent to digital forensics. If Madison had searched for anything incriminating, if she'd sent messages expressing hostility toward Emma, if there was any digital breadcrumb trail showing premeditation, they would find it. The Clark family was relocated to a hotel that night. The home was now an official crime scene, yellow tape across the doors, officers stationed to prevent contamination of evidence. David and Karen were cooperative, but devastated. And they kept insisting this had to be a mistake, that Madison would never hurt anyone, that there must be another explanation. Reeves had seen this before. Parents unable to reconcile the child they thought they knew with the monster evidence revealed. She told them gently that the investigation would follow the facts wherever they led, that they should consider getting Madison an attorney, that things were about to get very difficult. Karen collapsed into David's arms. He just stood there, a hollow-eyed, a man watching his entire world collapse. And in a hotel room down the hall, Madison Clark sat on a bed staring at nothing, likely beginning to understand that her performance hadn't worked, that her lies were unraveling, that the perfect crime she thought she'd committed had left behind a trail of evidence that would lead straight to her. Detective Thomas Park specialized in digital forensics. 20 years extracting data from devices criminals thought they'd wiped clean. He'd seen it all. Deleted texts between affair partners plotting murder, search histories revealing premeditation, cloud backups preserving evidence suspects believed was gone forever. When Madison Clark's iPhone arrived at his lab, Park approached it with the methodical precision that had made him one of Pennsylvania's most respected digital investigators. Madison had voluntarily surrendered her phone during initial questioning, likely believing her deletions would protect her. She didn't understand that deletion rarely means destruction. That data persists in hidden sectors until it's physically overwritten. That forensic tools could bypass security and recover everything. Every search, every message, every digital breadcrumb showing exactly who Madison Clark really was. The extraction process took 6 hours. Park used industry-standard tools designed to create a complete mirror image of the phone's contents without altering any data. When the process finished, he had everything: active files and deleted files, text messages and social media messages, photos and videos, app interactions, search history, browser history, cloud backup data. It was a complete digital autobiography of Madison's life in the months leading to Emma's murder. And what Park found painted a disturbing picture that would become the foundation of the prosecution's case. Madison hadn't just killed Emma in a moment of rage. She'd been thinking about it, planning it, researching it. The evidence was overwhelming. The search history told the story chronologically. On September 15th, 12 days before Emma's murder, Madison had searched, "How much force does it take to crack a human skull?" 2 days later, September 17th, she searched, "Can police recover deleted text messages?" On September 20th, she searched, "How to make an accident look real?" and "falling down stairs injuries." On September 23rd, 4 days before Emma died, Madison searched "stages of unconsciousness after head injury" and "how long does it take to bleed out from head wound?" Each search was time-stamped. Each one showed calculation. Each one demonstrated that Madison hadn't acted impulsively. She'd researched how to kill someone and how to avoid getting caught. This was premeditation documented in black and white. The recovered text messages provided even more damning context. Madison had been messaging her closest friend, Ashley Torres, about her growing resentment toward Emma. On September 3rd, Madison wrote, "I can't stand living with her anymore. She's ruining everything. My parents barely notice I exist now." Ashley responded with typical teenage sympathy, suggesting Madison talk to her parents about how she felt. Madison's reply was chilling in retrospect. "Talking won't fix this. She needs to go." At the time, Ashley probably interpreted "go" as meaning back into the foster system, a relocation to another family. Prosecutors would argue it meant something far more permanent. Another exchange from September 14th showed Madison's thoughts darkening. "Sometimes I imagine what it would be like if she just wasn't here anymore. Everything would go back to normal." Ashley had responded with a concern emoji and changed the subject. She'd missed the warning sign. They all had. Park also recovered deleted Instagram direct messages between Madison and a boy she'd been interested in romantically. Kyle Brennan, a senior from a neighboring high school. Madison had apparently been trying to impress him by complaining about her difficult home life, portraying herself as a misunderstood teenager trapped in an unfair situation. In one message, sent September 22nd, 5 days before Emma's murder, Madison wrote, "My parents forced this foster kid on me, and now I'm expected to play perfect big sister. I didn't sign up for this. Sometimes I think about just ending it." Kyle had responded with generic advice about staying strong and things getting better. Madison never clarified what ending it meant. The message sat in her deleted folder like a confession written in code. A digital trail showing that Madison's resentment toward Emma hadn't been fleeting teenage jealousy. It had been growing, festering, building toward the violence that would explode in the basement. Beyond searches and messages, Park discovered Madison had visited online forums where teenagers complained about sibling issues. She'd read threads with titles like "My Parents Love the Foster Kid More Than Me" and "How to Deal with Unwanted Siblings." She'd watched YouTube videos about accidents in homes, specifically several about falls downstairs, and how such incidents were investigated by police. She'd researched foster care laws, apparently trying to find out if foster children could be removed from homes at the request of biological children. Every piece of her digital activity pointed in one direction. Madison Clark had wanted Emma gone, had thought about ways to make that happen, had researched methods and consequences, and then, on the night of September 27th, had descended those basement stairs with a metal bat and turned research into reality. Detective Reeves reviewed the digital evidence with prosecutors and felt the case solidifying around Madison like concrete. This wasn't a teenager who'd snapped in a moment of rage. This was calculated, premeditated, the kind of cold planning that made Madison's age almost irrelevant. She'd known exactly what she was doing, known the risks, chosen to do it anyway. The digital evidence would be devastating at trial. Defense attorneys could try to explain away individual searches as curiosity or coincidence, but the totality of it, the pattern, the escalation, that was impossible to dismiss. Madison Clark had left a trail of digital breadcrumbs leading straight from resentment to research to murder. And she'd done it on a device she carried everywhere, never imagining that deletion wasn't enough, never understanding that in the digital age, nothing truly disappears. Your searches live forever. Your messages leave traces. And when those traces spell out premeditated murder, no amount of tears or prayers can make them vanish. 3 weeks into the investigation, Detective Reeves stood in the Clark living room overseeing the final sweep of the house before releasing it back to the family. Crime scene techs had processed every surface, collected every potential piece of evidence, photographed and documented everything. The house would be cleaned, the family would return, and life would attempt to resume some form of normalcy while the criminal case built toward trial. Reeves was reviewing the evidence inventory when something caught her attention. Among the list of electronic devices seized was a smart home security hub, the kind marketed as convenient home automation, voice-activated lights, remote door locks, package delivery notifications. David Clark had mentioned it during his interview, saying he'd installed it after a string of neighborhood break-ins. Reeves had initially dismissed it as irrelevant. But standing there, a thought occurred to her. These devices had microphones. They listened constantly, waiting for wake words. What if this one had been listening the night Emma died? She called the manufacturer's technical support line and eventually reached a specialist who understood law enforcement requests. She explained the situation, asked about the device's capabilities. The specialist confirmed that yes, the hub recorded audio clips when it detected human voices. The clips were stored locally for up to 30 days before being overwritten. They were part of the device's machine learning algorithms, helping it better recognize voice commands. The specialist could remotely access the device and extract any stored audio files, provided Reeves had proper legal authorization. She had it. David Clarke had signed consent forms allowing police to search any electronic devices in his home. The specialist said he'd need a few hours to pull the data. Reeves told him to take all the time he needed. She had a feeling, the kind of investigative instinct that comes from years of working cases, a feeling that they were about to find something important. The audio files arrived that evening. Hundreds of short clips capturing fragments of everyday life in the Clarke household. David asking the device to turn off lights. Karen setting timers for cooking. Madison requesting music. Mundane moments recorded and stored in digital format. The specialist had organized them chronologically, each file time-stamped. Reeves started with the night of September 27th, 10 p.m. onward. She sat in her office with headphones on, listening to hours of mostly silence, broken by occasional environmental sounds. Air conditioning cycling, a clock ticking, the ambient noise of a house at night. She was about to give up when she heard it. 10:47 p.m. The distinct sound of a door opening, footsteps on stairs, then voices, Emma's voice and Madison's voice, clear, unmistakable, captured by a device in the hallway through the closed basement door. Reeves's hands started shaking as she listened. Madison's cold accusation that everyone would be happier if Emma weren't there. Emma's confused response, the verbal abuse that followed. Emma crying, begging, trying to leave, the argument escalating. Then the impact, Emma's scream, the thud. 3 seconds of terrible silence, and then the sounds, metal striking bone, over and over. Emma's weakening cries, the mechanical rhythm of someone beating a child to death. 18 minutes of horror captured in audio format. Madison's breathing, the bat dropping, footsteps leaving, the television still playing in the background like nothing had happened. Reeves sat frozen in her chair after the recording ended, tears streaming down her face. She'd been a detective for 17 years, had worked homicides, assaults, every kind of violent crime. But hearing this, hearing a child being murdered in real time, it was worse than any crime scene photo or autopsy report. It was real, visceral, undeniable. She composed herself and made 2 phone calls. First to Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Caldwell, waking her at 11 p.m. to tell her they'd found audio of the murder. Caldwell was silent for a long moment after Reeves described what was on the recording. Then she said simply, "Send it to me, encrypted. I need to hear it tonight." The second call was to her captain, explaining they now had evidence that would make this case indefensible, that Madison Clarke's own voice had condemned her, that there was no explanation, no defense strategy, no legal maneuver that could overcome an audio recording of her committing murder. The captain asked if Reeves was certain about the chain of custody, about the recording's admissibility. She confirmed everything. David Clarke had consented to the search. The device was legally in his home. Madison had no independent expectation of privacy. This recording would stand up in court. The next morning, Detective Reeves scheduled an interrogation. Madison would be brought to the station with her court-appointed attorney. They would confront her with the recording, give her a chance to confess, to show remorse, to explain herself if explanation was possible. Reeves didn't expect a confession. Madison had maintained her innocence through weeks of investigation, had performed grief convincingly enough that some people still believed her. But Reeves wanted to see Madison's face when she realized a recording existed. Wanted to watch her understand that the perfect crime she thought she'd committed had been captured by technology she hadn't known was there. Sometimes justice arrived through brilliant detective work, sometimes through forensic science, and sometimes through the reality that in the modern world we're always being recorded by devices we forget are listening. Madison Clark had forgotten, and that forgetfulness would cost her everything. The interrogation room at Lancaster Police Department was designed for psychological impact. Grey walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, a metal table bolted to the floor, 3 uncomfortable chairs, no windows, no distractions. Just the suspect, the detectives, and whatever truth could be extracted in that confined space. Madison Clark sat in the single chair on one side of the table at 9 a.m. on October 5th, 3 days after Emma's body had been discovered. She'd been crying, her eyes red and swollen, tissue clutched in one hand. Her court-appointed attorney, Robert Keller, sat beside her. Keller specialized in juvenile cases and had been assigned after David and Karen Clark struggled to find private counsel willing to take a case that was looking increasingly unwinnable. He'd reviewed the evidence and knew they were in trouble, but he didn't know yet just how much trouble. Detective Reeves entered with Detective Marcus Chen, her partner on the case. Chen was known for his patient interviewing style, the kind of calm persistence that often broke through defensive walls. They sat across from Madison and began with procedural requirements, reading rights again, confirming understanding, establishing that Madison was there voluntarily and could leave any time with her attorney's consent. Madison nodded through it all, hands folded on the table, occasionally glancing at Keller like a child seeking reassurance from a parent. Reeves began gently. Asked Madison to walk through the morning, she discovered Emma. Madison repeated her story with remarkable consistency. "I'd woke early for a test, went downstairs, found the basement door open, discovered Emma unconscious, called 911. Her voice cracked appropriately. Tears fell on cue. It was a performance polished by repetition." Reeves let her finish before placing the first piece of evidence on the table. A photograph of Emma's body as it was found. The dried blood, the rigor mortis obvious in the positioning. Reeves explained calmly what those physical signs meant, that Emma had been dead for many hours before Madison claimed to have found her. Madison's expression flickered with something that might have been panic before resettling into confusion. She insisted she'd found Emma that morning, that she didn't understand how the medical examiner could be so certain about time of death, that maybe they were wrong. Maybe their science wasn't as precise as they thought. Reeves placed another document on the table, Dr. Brennan's autopsy report. 17 skull fractures, pattern inconsistent with a fall, consistent with repeated blows from a blunt object. Madison stared at the report, her attorney leaning over to read it. Then she looked up at Reeves with fresh tears streaming down her face. don't understand what you're saying," Madison said, her voice small and frightened. "Are you telling me someone hurt Emma, that it wasn't an accident?" The performance was impressive. Reeves had to give her that. Madison looked genuinely confused, genuinely horrified by the implication that her foster sister had been murdered. But Reeves had decades of experience distinguishing real shock from manufactured emotion. She pressed forward, introduced Madison's digital footprint, the searches about skull fractures, the deleted text messages expressing hatred toward Emma, the internet history showing research into accidental deaths. Keller interjected multiple times, reminding Madison she didn't have to answer questions about her online activity. But Madison seemed compelled to explain herself. The searches were for a school project. The text messages were just venting, didn't mean anything serious. Teenagers say things they don't mean all the time. Her voice rose defensively, frustration bleeding through the tears. Detective Chen, who'd been silent until this point, leaned forward with a question that sounded genuinely curious rather than accusatory. Madison, when you performed chest compressions on Emma that morning, you got blood on your hands and clothes. Can you walk us through exactly what you touched?" Madison explained she'd turned Emma over, checked for a pulse on her neck, started compressions on her chest. Chen nodded thoughtfully, taking notes. Then he gently pointed out that the blood pattern on Madison's pajamas showed transfer stains consistent with kneeling over Emma for an extended period, not the brief contact she described. The blood had soaked through her clothing in patterns suggesting prolonged exposure. Minutes, not seconds. Madison's explanation faltered. She said she must have kneeled in the blood without realizing it, that she was panicking and wasn't paying attention to how long she'd been there. Her voice was less steady now, the cracks in her story becoming visible. Reeves decided it was time to stop circling. Time to go straight to the heart of Madison's lies. She placed a laptop on the table, angled so Madison and Keller could see the screen. "We found something you didn't know existed," Reeves said quietly. "An audio recording from the night Emma died." Madison's face drained of color. Her hands, folded on the table, began trembling. Keller stiffened, immediately asking about chain of custody and legality. Reeves assured him everything had been obtained legally from a device David Clark owned and had given consent to search. She explained that the security hub had captured audio from inside the home, including sounds from the basement. Madison was already shaking her head before Reeves finished speaking. A visceral denial, her mouth forming the word "no" over and over, barely audible. She looked terrified in a way she hadn't during the entire interrogation, because she knew what was on that recording, knew what it would prove. Reeves pressed play. 30 seconds. That's all she played. Madison's voice filled the interrogation room, cold and vicious as she told Emma everyone would be happier if she weren't there. Emma's soft crying audible in the background, the cruelty unmistakable. When the recording stopped, silence fell like a physical weight. Keller's expression had transformed from professional skepticism to horrified realization. He understood now, understood there was no defense strategy that could overcome this. Madison sat frozen, her face ashen, tears streaming, but her mouth clamped shut. The mask had finally cracked. Reeves leaned forward. "Madison, do you want to tell us what really happened that night?" For a moment, it seemed like Madison might confess, like the weight of undeniable evidence would break through her defenses. But Keller placed a hand on her arm. "We're done here. My client has nothing further to say." Madison stood on shaky legs, left the room escorted by Keller, leaving behind only the echo of her recorded voice, admitting to the cruelty that preceded murder. Reeves and Chen sat in the interrogation room for a moment after they'd gone. They had enough, more than enough. The audio recording was a smoking gun, premeditated murder documented in real time. Defense attorneys could argue about brain development and adolescent impulse control all they wanted. But that recording showed calculation, showed Madison verbally abusing Emma before attacking her. It showed 18 minutes of violence that went far beyond any definition of impulsive behavior. Reeves began drafting the arrest warrant. Madison Clark would be charged with first-degree murder, and unless something completely unexpected happened, she would be convicted. The evidence was that strong. The recording was that damning. Justice was that inevitable. Madison Clark was arrested on October 7th at the hotel where her family had been staying. A Detective Reeves arrived with 2 uniformed officers at 8 a.m., presenting an arrest warrant charging Madison with first-degree murder and tampering with evidence. David and Karen Clark had known this was coming. Detectives had warned them days earlier that Madison was the primary suspect, that the evidence against her was overwhelming, that they should prepare themselves. But knowing and experiencing are different things. When officers placed handcuffs on Madison's wrists and read her rights, Karen collapsed, screamed, reached for her daughter as officers gently guided the teenager toward the door. David stood frozen, his face blank, watching his world disintegrate in real time. Everything he thought he knew about his family had been a lie. His daughter wasn't the good girl who went to church and volunteered. She was a murderer, and nothing would ever be the same. Now Madison offered no resistance, but also no acknowledgement. She stared straight ahead as officers secured her in the patrol car. Her expression was blank, as if she'd retreated somewhere deep inside where reality couldn't reach her. The drive to the juvenile detention center took 20 minutes through the same quiet suburban streets where Emma had once hoped to build a permanent life. Madison was processed with efficiency, fingerprinted, photographed, issued a detention uniform, placed in a secure cell separated from general population due to the nature of her charges. Juvenile detention officials had been briefed. They understood Madison posed no immediate physical threat, but required monitoring for self-harm. The reality of life imprisonment was beginning to sink in. A 17-year-old facing the rest of her life behind bars. The weight of that was enough to break anyone. News of Madison's arrest spread through Lancaster County like wildfire. Local television stations ran breaking coverage all day. Footage of Madison being led to the patrol car in handcuffs. Interviews with shocked neighbors who couldn't reconcile the smiling girl they'd known with the monster prosecutors described. Statements from the district attorney's office confirming charges and promising justice for Emma. Social media exploded. Hashtags like Justice for Emma and foster care reform began trending. True crime enthusiasts descended on the case, dissecting every public detail, speculating about motive and evidence. Some people expressed disbelief. Others demanded the death penalty, seemingly forgetting that Pennsylvania didn't execute juveniles. The community fractured into camps. Those who wanted Madison to face the harshest possible punishment, and those who argued she was still a child, that her brain wasn't fully developed, that there had to be more to the story. Emma's former caseworkers issued statements expressing devastation and demanding systemic accountability. They questioned whether warning signs had been missed, whether Madison's resentment had been visible to adults who should have intervened, whether Emma had tried to communicate distress that no one took seriously. Karen Clark's school district placed her on administrative leave pending the investigation's outcome. The Clark's church struggled with how to respond. They offered prayers for all involved while privately grappling with the cognitive dissonance of a youth group member now accused of murder. The pastor, who'd known Madison since childhood, gave an interview describing her as kind and faithful, unable to reconcile that memory with the charges she faced. He'd seen her volunteer at food banks, sing in the choir, participate in mission trips. How could that girl be capable of beating a 12-year-old to death? Lancaster High School reacted with shock and division. Madison's classmates split into factions. Some remembered her as friendly and normal, a decent student who participated in activities and seemed well-adjusted. They couldn't square that version of Madison with the murderer described in news reports. Others came forward with darker stories. Incidents of Madison making cruel comments about students she perceived as different. Times when her smile seemed cold rather than genuine. Moments when her temper flared over minor provocations. One classmate remembered Madison saying during a class discussion that biological children shouldn't have to share their families with foster kids. At the time, it seemed like typical teenage self-centeredness. In hindsight, it read like a motive. The memories people claimed to have of Madison shifted based on what they now knew. Confirmation bias, rewriting history to match the present. Ashley Torres, Madison's closest friend and recipient of incriminating text messages, found herself thrust into the center of the investigation as a potential witness. Detectives had interviewed her multiple times, asked her to interpret messages Madison had sent, to recount conversations where Madison expressed hostility toward Emma. Ashley was drowning in guilt. She'd seen hints of Madison's darkness, but hadn't recognized them as warning signs. She remembered a conversation in early September where Madison had joked about making Emma disappear. Ashley had laughed uncomfortably and changed the subject. She'd thought Madison was venting, using dark humor to cope with jealousy. She never imagined Madison was serious, never thought her friend was capable of violence. Now she'd spend the rest of her life wondering if she could have prevented Emma's death by taking those red flags seriously, by telling an adult. by doing something other than dismissing it as teenage dramatics. The Clark family's neighbors organized a memorial for Emma in the subdivision park. Dozens gathered at sunset on October 10th, lit candles, shared memories of a quiet girl who'd loved horses and drawing. Emma's biological mother, Lindsay Hartwell, attended, a fragile woman worn by years of addiction and loss. She spoke briefly, voice breaking as she thanked people for caring about her daughter. As she acknowledged her own failures, the addiction that cost her custody, the bitter irony that Emma had been removed from her home to be kept safe only to die at the hands of someone trusted to protect her. Lindsay's grief was raw, unfiltered, a reminder that Emma's death had destroyed multiple lives and futures. As candles flickered in the growing darkness, the community faced uncomfortable questions about how someone so young could be so evil. Not about whether Madison deserved mercy or maximum punishment, about whether justice meant revenge or rehabilitation. Those debates would rage through the trial and beyond. But on that October evening, the only certainty was that justice would be a long, painful process. And Madison Clark, sitting in a juvenile detention cell, was just beginning to understand the enormity of what she'd done and what she'd lost. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Caldwell assumed the lead prosecutor role, knowing this would be one of the most challenging and emotionally difficult cases of her career. Not challenging because the evidence was weak. The evidence was overwhelming. Challenging because the defendant was 17. Because juries were naturally sympathetic to teenagers. Because defense attorneys would argue about brain development and diminished capacity. Because prosecuting a child, even a child who'd committed horrific violence, required walking a careful line between seeking justice and appearing vindictive. Caldwell had prosecuted homicides for 15 years, had secured convictions against gang members, domestic abusers, cold-blooded killers. But Madison Clark required a different approach. The evidence had to speak for itself. The jury had to see past Madison's age and youth to the calculated cruelty underneath. This case would be won through meticulous presentation of facts, through letting Emma's story emerge, through playing that audio recording and letting Madison condemn herself. The prosecution's strategy rested on multiple pillars. First, forensic evidence. Dr. Michael Brennan would testify about Emma's autopsy findings, explain the 17 skull fractures in detail, show the jury 3D reconstructions of Emma's skull, demonstrating the pattern of injuries. Use animations to prove these injuries couldn't have resulted from a fall. Required repeated blows from someone standing over the victim. The baseball bat would be presented as evidence. DNA testing confirming Emma's blood on the metal surface. Hair fibers embedded in the grip. Microscopic analysis showing metal particles from the bat matched particles found in Emma's skull fractures. The bat told its own story. A story that destroyed Madison's claim that Emma had fallen accidentally. Every piece of forensic evidence pointed to one conclusion: murder. Brutal, deliberate murder. Second, blood spatter analysis. Caldwell had retained Dr. Angela Morrison, one of the nation's leading experts in bloodstain pattern interpretation. Morrison had spent weeks analyzing crime scene photographs, measuring droplet sizes, calculating angles of impact, reconstructing the sequence of events through the language of blood. Her conclusions were unequivocal. Emma had been struck while lying on the basement floor. The attacker stood over her, raised the weapon repeatedly. The cast-off patterns on the walls proved it. The high-velocity impact spatter proved it. The absence of blood on the stairs proved Madison's false story was fabricated. Morrison would walk the jury through her analysis step by step, show them how scientists read blood evidence like detectives read clues, translate splatter patterns into a narrative that matched every other piece of evidence. The blood told the truth, and the truth was murder. Third, digital evidence. Detective Thomas Park would testify about recovering Madison's search history, about finding deleted text messages, about building a timeline of Madison's escalating resentment and research into how to kill someone and avoid detection. The searches would be displayed on courtroom monitors. Now, how much force to crack a human skull? Can police recover deleted texts? Stages of unconsciousness after head injury. Each search showed calculation, showed planning, showed premeditation. The text messages to Ashley Torres would be read aloud. Sometimes I imagine what it would be like if she just wasn't here anymore. Madison's own words expressing the desire for Emma to be gone. Defense attorneys could try to dismiss individual pieces of digital evidence, but the totality, the pattern, that was impossible to explain away as innocent curiosity or teenage venting. Fourth, and most devastatingly, the audio recording. Caldwell had listened to those 18 minutes dozens of times. Each playback reinforced her determination to secure a conviction. The recording would be played in its entirety during trial, a decision Caldwell had debated extensively with her team. The audio was disturbing. Emma's cries, the sounds of impact, Madison's cold voice delivering verbal abuse. It would traumatize jurors and courtroom observers. But Caldwell believed the jury needed to hear exactly what happened in that basement, needed to understand the level of cruelty involved, needed to hear Madison's own voice condemning her. The recording's chain of custody had been meticulously documented. Audio forensic experts had verified Madison's voice matched samples from her interrogation. There was no possibility of the defense claiming fabrication or misidentification. This was real, captured in real time, undeniable. Fifth, witnesses who could establish motive and state of mind. Karen Clark, devastated by her daughter's arrest, had agreed to cooperate with prosecutors. She would testify about incidents where Madison expressed frustration about Emma's presence, about Madison's resentment and refusal to accept family counseling. Emma's therapist would testify about the child's regression in her final weeks, about Emma mentioning her older sister didn't want her there, and about the fear Emma had started showing. Teachers would testify about observing tension between the sisters. Madison's own former therapist would testify about Madison's intense need for parental attention, about personality traits consistent with narcissism. Every witness would add another layer to the portrait of a girl who saw Emma as competition and decided murder was the solution. Caldwell prepared for every defense strategy she could anticipate. Brain development arguments? She had neurological experts ready to testify that while teenage brains are still developing, millions of teenagers experience jealousy without resorting to murder. That Madison's research and planning proved she understood right from wrong, understood consequences, made deliberate choices, mental health arguments. She had psychologists ready to testify that personality disorders didn't eliminate criminal responsibility. That Madison showed no evidence of psychosis or inability to comprehend her actions. Claims about the recording's admissibility. She had legal precedents showing recordings from devices homeowners owned and consented to searching were legally obtained evidence. Caldwell had spent months building a case designed to be unbeatable. She'd prepared her witnesses, organized evidence into a compelling narrative, steeled herself for the emotional toll. She thought about Emma every day. The child who'd survived years of instability only to be murdered in what should have been her safe home. Emma deserved justice, and Caldwell would deliver it, no matter how young Madison Clark was, no matter how much she cried or prayed or performed remorse. The evidence would speak, the recording would play, and justice would prevail. Robert Keller sat in his office staring at the case file spread across his desk. 19 years as a public defender had given him experience with seemingly impossible cases. But Madison Clark might be the most impossible yet. The evidence against her was overwhelming. Forensic proof, digital trails, blood spatter analysis, and most damning, an audio recording of her committing murder. There was no credible way to argue innocence, no reasonable explanation for that recording, no defense strategy that could make a jury forget what they'd hear when Madison's voice filled the courtroom, describing Emma as a burden before beating her to death. Keller couldn't save Madison from conviction, but maybe he could save her from life without parole. Maybe he could convince a jury that a 17-year-old, however monstrous her actions, deserved a sentence that offered eventual possibility of redemption. It was a long shot, but it was the only shot he had. Keller's strategy focused on mitigation rather than innocence. He brought in Dr. Patricia Lawson, a forensic psychologist specializing in adolescent brain development. Dr. Lawson evaluated Madison over multiple sessions, conducting psychological assessments and reviewing her history. Her evaluation concluded Madison exhibited traits consistent with narcissistic personality disorder, excessive need for attention, lack of empathy, difficulty accepting others' needs. But more importantly, Dr. Lawson's report emphasized that Madison's frontal lobe, the brain region responsible for impulse control and consequence assessment, was still developing, wouldn't reach full maturity until her mid-20s. This biological reality, Dr. Lawson argued, meant Madison's capacity for premeditation and moral reasoning was inherently diminished compared to an adult. It wasn't that Madison couldn't be held accountable. It was that she couldn't be held identically accountable to a fully developed adult. Keller also retained Dr. Marcus Fielding, a neuropsychologist, to conduct cognitive testing. Dr. Fielding found Madison had above-average intelligence, but showed deficits in emotional regulation and theory of mind, the ability to understand and predict others' mental states. These findings would support a defense argument that Madison, while legally culpable, lacked full cognitive and emotional capacity, that she deserved second-degree murder rather than first-degree, that she warranted a sentence with parole possibility rather than life imprisonment. Keller knew this strategy was risky. Jurors might see it as excuse-making, an attempt to blame biology for choices. But faced with insurmountable evidence of guilt, arguing for reduced culpability was his only option. He couldn't make the evidence disappear, couldn't make that recording unhappen. Now could only try to reframe the conversation from whether Madison killed Emma to whether she should be treated identically to an adult murderer. The defense spent enormous effort trying to suppress the audio recording, multiple motions arguing it violated privacy rights, that it had been obtained without proper warrants. Keller argued the Clark home was a private residence where Madison had constitutional privacy expectations, that the smart home device had recorded her without knowledge or consent, that this was analogous to illegal wiretapping. Judge Harold Morrison heard arguments during pre-trial hearings. Caldwell countered that the device belonged to David Clark, that he'd consented to its search, that Madison had no independent privacy rights that would override legitimate investigative needs. Morrison ruled for the prosecution. The recording was admissible, but jurors would be warned about its graphic nature. That ruling effectively ended any hope of acquittal. Without suppressing that recording, there was no defense that could overcome it. With the recording admissible, Keller focused on humanizing Madison. She wouldn't testify. That decision was unanimous. Madison's affect was problematic. She struggled to express appropriate emotion in ways that seemed genuine. Cross-examination would expose her narcissism and lack of remorse. Instead, Keller planned character witnesses, teachers who'd known Madison before Emma arrived, who would describe her as helpful and kind, the youth pastor who'd worked with her on mission trips, childhood friends who'd talk about her as a normal teenager with college dreams. The goal was creating cognitive dissonance, forcing jurors to reconcile the monster on that recording with the seemingly normal girl these witnesses described. It was a thin strategy. Character witnesses feel hollow after jurors hear someone commit murder. But Keller had nothing else. He also planned testimony about challenges biological children face when parents bring foster children home. Dr. Stephen Walsh, a family psychologist, would testify about documented patterns of resentment and adjustment difficulties, would explain such feelings were common, didn't predict violence, but combined with other risk factors, personality traits, lack of adequate counseling, could create conditions where tragedy became more likely. Keller knew this risked backlash. Could sound like blaming Emma or the Clarks. He'd have to walk a careful line, use the testimony to contextualize Madison's emotional state without excusing her actions. It was delicate, risky, but necessary if he wanted any chance of convincing jurors Madison deserved mercy. The most ethically complex aspect involved David and Karen Clark. They remained Madison's parents despite everything. Had initially hired private counsel before financial reality drove them to public defender representation. Keller needed them to testify, to humanize Madison by showing she came from a loving family, to demonstrate her actions were aberrational rather than products of abuse or neglect. But the Clarks were also prosecution witnesses, had provided information about Madison's behavior toward Emma. Keller met with them multiple times. They agreed to testify for the defense, to tell jurors they loved their daughter despite what she'd done, that they believed she deserved a chance at redemption. Their testimony would devastate everyone in the courtroom. Parents forced to defend their daughter while honoring their dead foster child. It would be painful, but necessary. As trial approached, Keller felt the weight of impossible responsibility. He believed Madison was guilty. The evidence was incontrovertible. But he also believed even guilty defendants deserved zealous representation, that the justice system required strong defense attorneys to function properly. His job wasn't to convince jurors Madison hadn't killed Emma. That was impossible. His job was convincing them a 17-year-old girl, however monstrous her actions, wasn't identical to an adult murderer, that she deserved sentencing reflecting her age and capacity for change. It was nuanced, required precision and skill. Keller had both. But he also faced an opponent in Jennifer Caldwell who was equally skilled and possessed something more powerful than any legal argument. An audio recording of Emma Hartwell's murder that would make every word of his defense sound hollow. The trial would determine whether justice meant permanent punishment or possibility of redemption. Keller would fight for the latter, knowing the odds were overwhelmingly stacked against him, knowing that sometimes doing your job well means fighting battles you know you'll lose, but fighting anyway, because that's what the system requires. That's what justice demands, even when justice feels impossible to achieve. The trial began on a cold Monday in late March, 7 months after Emma Hartwell's death. The Lancaster County Courthouse had seen serious criminal proceedings before, but few attracted this level of public attention. Media vans lined the streets, reporters positioned to capture footage and conduct interviews. Security was heightened, all bags searched, metal detectors manned by extra deputies, plainclothes officers stationed throughout the building. Inside Courtroom 3, Judge Harold Morrison's domain, tension was palpable. Everyone knew this trial would be unlike any other. A teenage defendant, a child victim, and evidence that would force everyone present to confront the darkest aspects of human nature. Judge Morrison was known for firm control and little tolerance for theatrics. 26 years on the bench, former prosecutor, he'd presided over multiple high-profile cases, understood that maintaining decorum would be essential given the emotional nature of this trial. Before bringing in the jury pool, Morrison addressed the attorneys, reminded them this trial would be conducted with respect for all parties, that he expected professionalism despite the charged nature of the case. Jennifer Caldwell and Robert Keller acknowledged his instructions. Both understood Morrison wouldn't hesitate to sanction either side for crossing ethical lines. This trial would be fair, it would be controlled, and it would deliver justice based on evidence and law, not emotion and spectacle. Jury selection consumed 2 days. Caldwell focused on eliminating jurors who opposed trying juveniles as adults. those overly sympathetic to brain development arguments, anyone who couldn't handle graphic audio evidence. Keller focused on eliminating jurors inflexible about mercy, those with strong emotional reactions to child victims, anyone who'd already formed opinions about Madison's guilt. After extensive questioning and numerous challenges, a jury of 7 women and 5 men was empaneled, ages ranging from 29 to 64. Diverse professional backgrounds, one commonality, and they'd sworn to evaluate evidence objectively and render a verdict based on facts rather than emotion. They would be tested. The evidence they were about to hear would challenge that objectivity in ways none of them could anticipate. Opening statements began Wednesday morning. The courtroom packed beyond capacity. Overflow spectators directed to a secondary room with closed-circuit television. Madison entered flanked by her defense team. Conservative navy dress, minimal makeup, and looking younger than 17. She kept her eyes downcast, walking to the defense table, sitting between Keller and his co-counsel. Across the aisle, Caldwell organized notes while David Martinez prepared to deliver opening statements. A strategic decision based on his reputation for emotional connection without manipulation. In the gallery, Emma's biological mother, Lindsay Hartwell, sat front row, victim advocate beside her. Behind the prosecution, David and Karen Clark occupied seats, faces drawn with grief and conflicting loyalties. This courtroom contained broken families, destroyed lives, and one teenager who'd caused it all. Martinez's opening lasted 34 minutes. He began with Emma's story, not her death, but her life. Painted a picture of a child who'd survived neglect and instability, who'd finally found what she thought was a safe home, who loved horses and drawing, and had dreams of a future stolen from her. He showed photographs of Emma, smiling in school pictures, drawing at the kitchen table, hugging her stuffed elephant, images designed to transform her from abstract victim to real child worthy of protection. Martinez then pivoted to Madison, described a teenager who resented Emma's presence, who saw her foster sister as competition, who expressed hatred in texts and researched fatal injuries. He outlined evidence the prosecution would present, forensic proof, digital trails, and, most devastating, an audio recording capturing Madison's cruelty and the sounds of Emma's murder. Martinez concluded powerfully. At the end of this trial, you will hear Madison Clark's own voice on that recording. You will hear what she said to Emma. You will hear what she did. And you will have no doubt, none whatsoever, that Madison Clark murdered Emma Hartwell with premeditation, deliberation, and profound cruelty. Justice for Emma demands that you hold Madison accountable for taking an innocent life. Thank you. He returned to his seat, the jury visibly affected, several members glancing toward Madison as if trying to reconcile the normal-looking teenager with the monster Martinez described. The opening had done its job, set the stage, established the narrative, made the jury want answers, want justice, want to hear that recording and understand how someone so young could be so evil. Keller's opening was shorter and more difficult. He acknowledged what couldn't be denied. Emma's death was a tragedy. Evidence would show Madison killed her foster sister. The defense didn't dispute basic facts. But, Keller argued, the question wasn't whether Madison had killed Emma. It was whether Madison possessed the same culpability as an adult murderer. Whether her 17-year-old brain had capacity for the premeditated malice prosecution alleged. Keller talked about adolescent brain development, how teenagers process emotions differently than adults, and how the frontal lobe responsible for impulse control continues developing into mid-20s. He promised experts would explain Madison's actions, while terrible and deserving punishment were products of an immature brain reacting to stresses she wasn't equipped to handle. Keller's strategy was risky. Conceding guilt while arguing reduced culpability could alienate jurors who saw it as excuse-making. But faced with insurmountable evidence, he had no alternative. He concluded by asking jurors to remember justice meant proportional punishment. That treating a 17-year-old identically to an adult ignored scientific realities about development and capacity for change. Madison Clark did something terrible, Keller stated. But she is not beyond redemption, and your verdict should reflect that she is still a child under the law, with a child's brain and a child's capacity for growth. Thank you. He returned to his seat, knowing his words had convinced no one, but hoping they'd planted seeds of doubt about whether first-degree murder with life imprisonment was appropriate. It was all he had, all he could do, against evidence this strong, against a recording this damning. He'd done his job. Now came the hard part. Sitting through weeks of testimony that would systematically destroy any sympathy jurors might have held for his client. Judge Morrison called a brief recess before evidence presentation began. Madison remained at the defense table, hands folded, expression neutral, but those close enough could see her hands trembling, could see her jaw clenched with tension. The mask of composure was cracking. She was in the same room with the parents of the girl she'd killed, facing a jury deciding whether she'd ever be free again. The weight of that was crushing. As spectators filed out, Lindsay Hartwell remained seated, staring at Madison with an expression mixing grief, rage, and heartbreak. Their eyes met briefly. Victim's mother and murderer. Madison looked away first, unable to hold the gaze of someone whose loss she'd caused. The recess lasted 15 minutes, but for Madison Clark, sitting in that courtroom knowing what evidence was coming, knowing her own voice would soon condemn her, it must have felt like an eternity. The trial had begun. At hand, there was no escape from the truth that was about to emerge. The prosecution's case unfolded over 5 days, each day building methodically toward devastating conclusion. Jennifer Caldwell handled most direct examinations personally. Her approach was deliberate, ensuring jurors understood each piece of evidence before moving to the next. First witnesses were first responders. Paramedics who'd arrived at the Clark home to find Emma obviously deceased. Madison covered in blood. Performing compressions that served no purpose. They testified about Emma's condition, dried blood, rigor mortis. The immediate impression this child had been dead for hours despite Madison's claims. Crime scene photographs were introduced over Keller's objections. Images showing Emma's body as found. Blood pooled around her head. The basement floor marked with evidence placards. The jury studied those photos with grim attention. This wasn't abstract anymore. This was real. A child's broken body, someone's daughter, someone's foster sister, dead on a concrete floor. Dr. Michael Brennan took the stand on day 2. His appearance marked a turning point. Brennan was an effective witness, able to translate medical terminology without condescension. He walked jurors through Emma's autopsy using diagrams and 3D skull reconstructions, illustrated the location and severity of each of 17 skull fractures, explained how forensic pathologists distinguish fall injuries from blunt force impacts. Falls produce injuries on 1 or 2 body sides where the victim struck surfaces. Emma's injuries concentrated in specific areas consistent with someone standing over her striking downward repeatedly. The medical term overkill was introduced, violence exceeding what's necessary to cause death, typically indicating intense personal emotion, rage, hatred, deep-seated resentment, and the kind of emotion that drives someone to keep swinging long after the victim is unconscious or dead. Caldwell guided Brennan through testimony about the weapon. The bat, sealed in evidence bag, displayed for the jury. Standard aluminum baseball bat, Clark family name engraved on it. Looked innocuous. But Brennan explained how he'd measured Emma's fractures and found they matched the bat's diameter precisely. Described microscopic metal particles found in Emma's wounds, consistent with the bat's aluminum alloy. Discussed blood spatter on the bat despite Madison's cleaning attempts. Explained how blood infiltrates microscopic grooves and can't be completely removed without specialized equipment. DNA analysis confirmed the blood was Emma's. Fiber analysis found Emma's hair in the bat's grip. The bat, Brennan testified with clinical certainty, was absolutely the weapon that killed Emma Hartwell. And there was no doubt, no alternative explanation. This piece of sports equipment with a family name engraved on it had been used to beat a 12-year-old girl to death. The most difficult portion of Brennan's testimony involved Emma's suffering. Caldwell framed questions carefully to avoid objections about emotional manipulation, focused on medical facts rather than speculation about pain. Brennan testified that based on injury patterns, Emma likely lost consciousness after the 3rd or 4th blow, meaning she probably wasn't aware of additional impacts. Small comfort, but important for jurors imagining prolonged suffering. However, Brennan also testified Emma would have been conscious during the initial attack, would have experienced pain and terror before losing consciousness. Several jurors visibly reacted. One woman wiped tears. Another closed his eyes briefly. Madison sat motionless at the defense table, expression blank, offering no visible reaction to testimony about suffering she'd inflicted. That blank expression, that lack of emotion, it registered with jurors. You could see it in their faces, the way they looked at her, not with sympathy, with something closer to disgust. Day 3 brought Dr. Angela Morrison, bloodstain pattern analyst whose testimony transformed the basement into a readable crime scene through the language of blood. Morrison had extensive visual aids, enlarged photographs with spatter patterns highlighted, diagrams showing angle calculations, animations demonstrating how blood travels when flung from moving objects. She explained high-velocity impact spatter created when blood-bearing objects strike surfaces. Cast-off spatter created when blood flings from moving objects. The basement walls showed both types, proving Emma had been struck multiple times while lying on the floor, that the weapon had been raised between blows, flinging blood in characteristic arcs. The science was undeniable. The patterns were clear. This wasn't an accident. This was sustained, deliberate violence. Morrison testified about absence of blood on the basement stairs, directly contradicting Madison's false story. If Emma had fallen downstairs, there would be blood transfer and drip patterns on the steps. The only blood on stairs was smearing consistent with Emma's body being moved after death, a supporting prosecution theory that Madison staged the scene. Morrison also testified about blood on Madison's pajamas, saturation patterns indicating prolonged contact with Emma's bleeding body, far more extensive than would result from brief chest compressions. The bloodstain evidence, Morrison concluded, was absolutely inconsistent with accidental fall, completely consistent with sustained beating delivered while Emma lay on the floor. Another pillar of Madison's story destroyed. Another piece of evidence proving she'd lied about everything. Day 4 focused on digital evidence. Detective Park walked jurors through Madison's search history, displayed each query on courtroom monitors. The progression was damning. How much force to crack a human skull? Can police recover deleted texts? Stages of unconsciousness after head injury. Each search showed calculation, planning, premeditation. Park read deleted text messages aloud. Sometimes I imagine what it would be like if she just wasn't here anymore. Madison's own words expressing desire for Emma's removal. Ashley Torres testified tearfully about conversations where Madison complained about Emma. Though Ashley insisted she never imagined Madison was serious. Ashley's guilt was palpable, her testimony emotionally difficult, but it established that Madison's resentment wasn't hidden, wasn't secret. She'd told her friend, had expressed these thoughts, had given warning signs no one took seriously enough. Karen Clark testified on day 5. Her appearance was one of the trial's most painful moments. Caldwell handled the examination gently, asked Karen to describe family dynamics after Emma arrived, to recount instances where Madison expressed resentment, to explain whether they had tried to address Madison's adjustment difficulties. Karen testified they'd attempted counseling, tried to ensure Madison felt valued, but Madison resisted. Insisted everything was fine while privately seething. Karen broke down multiple times, at one point looked directly at Madison. "I don't understand how you could do this. I don't understand." Madison looked away, unable to meet her mother's eyes. The courtroom sat in heavy silence, the weight of her mother's grief and confusion filling every corner. When Karen left the stand, escorted by victim services, there wasn't a dry eye in the room, except Madison's. She just sat there, blank, empty, as if she felt nothing at all. By the end of day 5, prosecution had established every element methodically. Emma's injuries proved murder. Forensic evidence linked Madison to the crime. Digital trails showed premeditation. Witness testimony established motive. But Caldwell had saved the most devastating evidence for the following week. The audio recording would be played in open court. Everyone knew it. Everyone dreaded it. The weekend recess felt weighted with anticipation and fear. Madison spent it in her detention cell, likely aware the recording would destroy any remaining sympathy, that her own voice would seal her fate more effectively than any testimony ever could. When court reconvened Monday morning, the atmosphere had shifted from tense to suffocating. Justice was about to arrive, and there would be no escaping it, no praying it away, no performing innocence. The recording would play. The truth would be heard. And Madison Clark's fate would be sealed by her own words, her own actions, captured forever in digital format. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Monday morning arrived with cold clarity. Judge Morrison began the session with an unusual preamble, addressing the jury directly before any evidence was presented. He explained they were about to hear an audio recording recovered from the Clark residence. That the recording captured events from the night Emma Hartwell died. That the content would be extremely disturbing. He reminded jurors their job was evaluating evidence objectively, that emotional reactions were natural and acceptable, but their verdict must be based on facts and law. He offered the option of breaks if needed, though requested they try to hear the recording in its entirety to maintain context. Every juror nodded understanding, but their faces reflected apprehension. In the gallery, Lindsay Hartwell gripped her advocate's hand, and already crying before the recording began. David and Karen Clark sat together, hands clasped, both looking like they were preparing for an execution. In a way, they were. This recording would execute whatever remained of Madison's defense. Jennifer Caldwell stood and called Detective Sarah Reeves to the stand. Reeves testified about discovering the smart home hub during the Clark residence search, about working with the manufacturer to extract audio logs, about finding this recording. She explained chain of custody meticulously, how the recording had been preserved, copied, stored as evidence. She authenticated the timestamp, confirming it corresponded to the night Emma died. She identified Madison's voice through comparison with interrogation audio. Every procedural requirement for admitting evidence was satisfied. Keller cross-examined briefly, attempted raising questions about privacy expectations in parental homes. But Morrison had already ruled on admissibility during pre-trial motions. The recording would be heard. There was no stopping it, no legal maneuver left. Madison sat at the defense table, hands clenched into fists, face drained of color. She knew what was coming, knew what that recording contained, knew it would destroy her. Caldwell played the audio from a laptop connected to the courtroom sound system, speakers ensuring every word would be audible throughout the room. The first sounds were innocuous, ambient noise from the television in the basement, faint sound of a nature documentary narrator describing wild horses. Then came footsteps descending stairs, slow and deliberate. Madison's voice emerged from the speakers, cold, clear. "You're still awake." Emma's response quieter, apologetic. "I was just watching this show. I'll turn it off." A pause, television volume decreasing, then Madison again. tone shifting darker. "Now, you know everyone would be happier if you weren't here, right?" The courtroom went completely silent, except for the recording. Jurors leaned forward, some taking notes, others simply listening with expressions of growing horror. Emma's voice confused and small. "What do you mean?" What followed was 3 minutes of verbal abuse that laid bare Madison's cruelty. She told Emma she was unwanted, a burden, a charity case who didn't deserve the home she'd been given. She mocked Emma's learning disabilities, her past in foster care, her hope the Clarks might adopt her. Emma began crying, soft hiccuping sobs that made several jurors close their eyes as if trying to block out the sound of a child's heartbreak. Emma tried to leave, her footsteps moving towards stairs, but Madison blocked her path. The argument escalated, Madison's voice rising with rage. "You think you can just come in here and take everything from me? Or you think you deserve what I have?" Emma's voice trembling and desperate. "I didn't take anything. I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone. I'll tell Karen I want to go to a different home." But Madison was beyond reason, beyond the point where apologies could stop what was coming. The recording captured what happened next. A sharp sound of impact. Flesh and bone struck with force. Emma's scream, high-pitched and terrified, cut short as air was driven from her lungs. The thud of a small body hitting concrete. Then silence for 3 seconds that felt like hours. When sound resumed, it was the methodical rhythm of impact. Metal striking flesh and bone, over and over. Emma's cries grew weaker with each blow, her screams dissolving into whimpers, then into silence. But the impacts continued after Emma's voice stopped. The sickening sound of metal bat connecting with skull 17 times total. Each impact documented by forensic analysis. Each one audible on the recording with horrible clarity. Madison's breathing labored from exertion, occasional grunts of effort accompanying the blows. She said nothing during the attack. No rage-fueled accusations, no emotional outbursts, just the mechanical sound of someone committing murder with grim determination. The sound of someone who'd made a choice and was executing it methodically. When the violence finally stopped, the recording captured Madison's heavy breathing. The sound of the bat dropped onto concrete with metallic clang, then footsteps ascending stairs, the basement door opening and closing. The television continued playing its documentary, the narrator's calm voice describing migration patterns, a surreal contrast to the horror that had just occurred. Caldwell let the recording play for 30 more seconds, the ambient sound of the television filling the courtroom, before stopping playback. The silence that followed was absolute. Several jurors were crying openly. Others stared at Madison with expressions of undisguised revulsion. Lindsay Hartwell sobbed into her hands, her body shaking with grief, so profound it seemed to fill the courtroom. David Clark had his head in his hands. Karen Clark stared at her daughter with an expression mixing horror and incomprehension. How could the girl she'd raised, the daughter she'd loved, be capable of this? Madison sat at the defense table, pale and rigid, hands clenched into fists on the tabletop. For the first time since trial began, her mask of composure had completely shattered. Tears streamed down her face. but they seemed prompted by self-pity rather than remorse. The tears of someone who just heard her own condemnation played aloud, who understood there was no path to acquittal, no defense strategy that could overcome this. Keller placed a hand on her shoulder, perhaps offering comfort, perhaps simply maintaining the appearance of attorney-client solidarity. But everyone in that courtroom, including Keller, knew the recording had ended any possibility of mercy. Madison's voice had condemned her more thoroughly than any expert testimony or forensic analysis ever could. Her own words, cold and cruel and deliberate, had shown the jury exactly who she was beneath the veneer of teenage normalcy, the monster underneath the modest dress and simple ponytail. The killer who'd prayed for innocence while knowing full well what she'd done. Judge Morrison called for a 15-minute recess, recognizing everyone needed time to process what they'd just heard. Jurors filed out slowly, several wiping tears, others looking shell-shocked. The gallery emptied with similar slowness, spectators moving as if in a daze. Madison remained seated, now crying openly, her defense team conferring quietly beside her. Caldwell gathered her materials with professional efficiency, but her hands trembled slightly, even after months of preparation, after listening to that recording dozens of times. Hearing it played in open court surrounded by people experiencing it for the first time was overwhelming. She thought about Emma Hartwell, about the terror the child must have felt in her final moments, about the betrayal of being killed by someone she'd wanted to see as family. Caldwell felt the familiar weight of prosecution work, the responsibility of speaking for victims who could no longer speak for themselves, of ensuring justice for lives stolen too soon. When court reconvened, the prosecution rested its case. The recording had spoken more eloquently than any closing argument ever could. There was nothing left to say, nothing left to prove. Madison Clark had murdered Emma Hartwell. The evidence was overwhelming. The recording was undeniable. And now came the defense's turn. Keller would present his case, would call his experts to talk about brain development, would parade character witnesses to humanize Madison, would argue for reduced culpability. But everyone in that courtroom knew it was futile. You couldn't unhear what they just heard, couldn't forget the sound of a 12-year-old girl being beaten to death, couldn't dismiss the coldness in Madison's voice as she'd called Emma a burden before ending her life. The trial would continue. The defense would do its job. But the outcome was already determined. Justice had arrived in the form of an audio recording. Truth had been captured in digital format. And Madison Clark, who'd prayed in that courtroom proclaiming her innocence, had been exposed by her own voice as the murderer she'd always been. There was no escaping it, no performing her way out. The recording had played, and everything had changed. The defense presented its case over 3 days. A subdued effort that felt more like ritual than genuine attempt at exoneration. Robert Keller knew he was fighting for sentencing considerations rather than acquittal, trying to convince the jury Madison Clark deserved second-degree murder or manslaughter, that she warranted a sentence with possibility of parole rather than life imprisonment. Dr. Patricia Lawson testified about adolescent brain development. It explained with charts and neurological scans how teenage brains process emotions and consequences differently than adult brains. She acknowledged Madison's actions were terrible, but argued they were consistent with impaired impulse control and immature frontal lobe functioning. The jury listened politely, but their expressions showed skepticism. They'd heard that recording, heard Madison verbally abuse Emma before killing her, heard 18 minutes of methodical violence. That didn't sound like impaired impulse control. That sounded like deliberate choice. Caldwell's cross-examination was devastating. She asked Dr. Lawson how Madison's supposedly impaired brain had managed to research skull fractures beforehand, to wait until parents were asleep before attacking, to stage the crime scene afterward, to maintain a fabricated story for hours, to call 911 with manufactured hysteria, to perform grief convincingly enough to fool first responders. Dr. Lawson had no satisfactory answers, stammered through explanations about how impulse control was different from planning ability. But it sounded hollow. The jury wasn't buying it. You could see it in their faces, the way they looked at Madison. Not with sympathy, with judgment, with certainty that she'd known exactly what she was doing, that her age didn't excuse premeditated murder, that brain development arguments were just sophisticated excuse-making. Character witnesses testified about Madison as they'd known her before Emma's arrival. Teachers describing a helpful student, youth pastor recalling charity work, childhood friends characterizing her as normal and kind. But their testimony felt hollow after the jury had heard Madison's voice on that recording, had heard her cruelty and violence documented in real time. Caldwell barely cross-examined these witnesses. Their irrelevance spoke for itself. Who Madison had been before didn't matter. What mattered was who she'd become, what she'd done, the monster she'd revealed herself to be when she descended those basement stairs with a metal bat. Character witnesses couldn't change that, couldn't make the jury forget what they'd heard, couldn't rewrite the truth. David and Karen Clark testified for the defense, the most painful testimony of the trial. They attempted to describe Madison as a loving daughter who'd made a catastrophic mistake, begged the jury for mercy, insisted Madison could be redeemed, that she deserved a chance at eventual freedom. David's voice broke repeatedly. Karen sobbed through her testimony. They were destroyed, caught between love for their daughter and horror at what she'd done. When Caldwell cross-examined David, she asked him gently to reconcile his description of Madison as loving with the recording they'd all heard. David had no answer, just wept. A father torn apart by cognitive dissonance, unable to reconcile the child he'd raised with the murderer she'd become. Their testimony generated sympathy, but not for Madison, for them. For parents who'd lost 2 daughters, one to murder, one to becoming a murderer. Madison did not testify. Keller made that decision final after the recording played. Putting her on the stand would allow prosecution to cross-examine her about every word captured on that audio, about her lack of visible remorse, about the coldness with which she described Emma as a burden. The risk was too great, the potential damage too severe. So Madison remained silent, Let her attorneys speak for her. Let experts try to explain her. But her silence spoke volumes. The jury noticed. You could see them watching her, studying her blank expression, her lack of emotion, her failure to show genuine remorse even now after hearing herself commit murder. That silence, that emptiness. It sealed her fate more effectively than any testimony she could have given. After 3 days, Keller rested, having done everything professionally possible with an impossible case. Closing arguments began the following Monday, 5 weeks after trial started, in a courtroom that felt weighted with inevitability. Caldwell's closing lasted 42 minutes, a masterful synthesis of everything the jury had heard. She walked them through evidence chronologically. Madison's searches showing premeditation. Forensic proof Emma had been beaten to death. Blood spatter analysis proving the false story was fabricated. And most damningly, the audio recording capturing Madison's voice as she abused and murdered a 12-year-old who'd trusted her. Caldwell reminded jurors that first-degree murder required proof of premeditation and deliberation, that Madison had researched fatal injuries, had chosen a moment when parents were asleep, had used a weapon from her own basement, had attempted to cover up the crime by staging a fall. She addressed brain development arguments, acknowledged teenagers think differently than adults, but emphasized millions of teenagers experience jealousy without resorting to murder. She concluded powerfully. Emma Hartwell deserved to live. She deserved to grow up. Madison Clark took that future from her with premeditation, cruelty, and no remorse. Justice for Emma requires that you hold Madison accountable with a verdict of guilty of first-degree murder. The jury hung on every word, several nodding along, their minds already made up. Keller's closing was shorter and more somber. He acknowledged Madison's guilt, asked the jury to focus on degree, whether evidence proved the level of premeditation required for first-degree murder, or whether Madison's age and brain development made second-degree more appropriate. He reminded jurors sentencing was the judge's responsibility, but their verdict would determine what options were available. He asked for mercy without denying justice, a nearly impossible rhetorical balance. When he finished, he returned to his seat, knowing he'd done his job competently. But that the outcome was foreordained. The evidence was too strong, the recording too damning, justice too inevitable. The jury received instructions from Judge Morrison. Explanations of legal definitions for first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and manslaughter were sent to deliberate. The courtroom emptied slowly, spectators and media congregating in hallways to wait. Madison was escorted back to a holding cell. The waiting began, 11 hours spread across 2 days. On the afternoon of the second day, word came. A verdict had been reached. The courtroom refilled. Media, court watchers, Emma's mother, the Clarks. Madison was brought from holding and seated at the defense table, her face pale and drawn from 2 days of waiting. Judge Morrison took the bench, called for the jury. They filed in, none looking at Madison, a sign veteran observers recognized as indicating guilty verdict. The foreperson handed the verdict form to the bailiff, who delivered it to Morrison. The judge reviewed briefly before handing it to the clerk to read aloud. The courtroom fell into absolute silence. The clerk stood. In the matter of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Madison Clark, case number C.R. 202448829, we the jury find the defendant, Madison Clark, guilty of first-degree murder. Lindsay Hartwell gasped and sobbed. Relief and grief intertwined. Several jurors were crying. Madison collapsed into tears, her body shaking as reality of life imprisonment crashed over her. Karen Clark reached across the barrier as if trying to touch her daughter before bailiffs gently restrained her. David Clark sat motionless, face blank, a man who'd lost everything. Keller placed a hand on Madison's shoulder, offering whatever comfort could be offered in a moment of complete devastation. Caldwell remained seated at the prosecution table, professional and composed, though those close enough could see tears in her eyes. Not for Madison, but for Emma, for justice finally delivered. Judge Morrison scheduled sentencing for 3 weeks later, allowing time for investigation reports and victim impact statements. Madison was escorted from the courtroom in handcuffs, no longer the teenager in a modest dress, but a convicted murderer whose life had effectively ended at 17. The trial was over, the verdict final. All that remained was determining whether Madison Clark would ever experience freedom again. The answer would come at sentencing. But everyone who'd heard that recording, who'd seen the evidence, who'd listened to Emma's mother weep, knew mercy was unlikely. Madison Clark had prayed in that courtroom, had proclaimed innocence, had cried and performed grief and wrapped herself in appearance of remorse. But the recording had played. The truth had been heard. And justice, delayed but inevitable, had finally arrived. The gavel would fall soon. And when it did, Madison Clark's freedom would end forever. The girl who'd thought she was clever enough to get away with murder was about to learn that justice always finds its way, always, without exception, without mercy for those who show none. The sentencing hearing took place on a warm morning in late April, 6 weeks after the jury delivered its verdict. Spring had arrived in Lancaster County with beauty that felt inappropriate given the gravity of proceedings about to unfold. Trees bloomed with pink and white flowers. Birds sang outside courthouse windows. The world continued its indifferent rotation, while inside Courtroom 3, Madison Clark would learn whether she'd ever walk freely in that world again. Pennsylvania law allowed judges discretion in sentencing juveniles convicted of first-degree murder. Mandatory life without parole had been ruled unconstitutional, but judges could still impose life sentences with parole eligibility after 25 or 40 years, or could choose lesser terms. Madison's fate rested entirely in Judge Morrison's hands, and Morrison had heard that recording, had sat through weeks of testimony, had seen the evidence, had watched Madison show no genuine remorse. The outcome was predictable. The hearing began with victim impact statements. The court's recognition that Emma Hartwell's death had shattered multiple lives beyond just ending hers. Lindsay Hartwell spoke first, standing at a podium with a photograph of Emma clutched in trembling hands. Her statement was raw, unfiltered, a mother's grief pouring out in words that broke repeatedly with sobs. She talked about losing Emma to the foster system, about fighting addiction to become the mother Emma deserved, about sobering up too late to reclaim custody. She talked about believing Emma was finally safe, finally loved, finally home. She talked about their last phone call 2 weeks before Emma died. Emma excitedly describing plans to try horseback riding lessons. Lindsay looked directly at Madison. "You took my baby from me. You took her when she was finally happy. You took her future, her dreams, everything she could have been. I will never forgive you. I hope you spend the rest of your life knowing what you did." Emma's former caseworkers spoke, describing a resilient child who'd survived neglect and instability, who'd maintained hope despite every reason to give up. Teachers described a student finally thriving academically, who'd joined art club and made friends, who'd seemed on the verge of overcoming her difficult start. Each statement added another layer to the portrait of a child who deserved protection and received murder instead. By the time victim impact statements concluded, there wasn't a dry eye in the courtroom, except Madison's. She sat at the defense table, head bowed, hands folded, tears streaming down her face but no sound escaping. The tears seemed performative, a final attempt to generate sympathy everyone recognized as empty. You can only perform remorse for so long before people see through it, before the emptiness underneath becomes obvious. Madison had reached that point. No one believed her tears anymore. No one saw a remorseful teenager. They saw a manipulator, a narcissist, a killer who cried for herself but not for her victim. Robert Keller addressed the court on Madison's behalf. A final plea for mercy, acknowledging the horror of her actions while arguing she deserved a sentence offering eventual possibility of freedom. He talked about her age, her brain development, her potential for rehabilitation, noted she had no prior criminal history, that experts had testified about psychological issues, that decades of incarceration would serve both punishment and public safety while allowing eventual reintegration if she demonstrated genuine reform. The Keller's argument was professionally crafted, but felt inadequate against the weight of what Madison had done. David and Karen Clark also addressed the court, both begging for mercy for their daughter, acknowledging she deserved punishment, but asking the judge to remember she was still their child. Their statements were heartbreaking. Parents torn between love and horror, destroyed by knowledge that no outcome would restore what had been lost. They'd lost Emma to Madison's violence and were about to lose Madison to the justice system. Their family was gone, shattered beyond repair. Jennifer Caldwell spoke last, delivering prosecution's sentencing recommendation with controlled intensity. She reviewed the evidence, the premeditation shown by Madison's research, the extreme violence of 17 skull fractures, the cruelty captured on the audio recording, the complete absence of genuine remorse. She argued Madison had shown no capacity for empathy, no understanding of suffering she'd caused, no indication she could ever be safely released. Caldwell recommended life imprisonment with parole eligibility only after 40 years, the maximum sentence available under law. ensuring Madison would be in her late 50s before even being considered for release. She concluded powerfully. Emma Hartwell was 12 years old. She will never grow up, never graduate high school, never experience the life she deserved. Madison Clark took all of that with premeditation and cruelty. The sentence should reflect the magnitude of that loss. The words hung in the air, undeniable, unanswerable, true. Judge Morrison took a brief recess before delivering his sentence, spending 30 minutes in chambers reviewing the investigation report, trial evidence, and law. When he returned to the bench, the courtroom fell silent with anticipation. Morrison began by acknowledging the difficulty of the case, the tragedy that had destroyed multiple lives, the weight of responsibility he carried. He reviewed the evidence, noted the jury had found premeditation, that the audio recording demonstrated callous indifference to Emma's suffering, that nothing in Madison's background or mental health history adequately explained or mitigated the brutality of her actions. He addressed Madison directly, asked if she had anything to say before sentencing. Madison stood on shaky legs. The hands gripping the defense table edge, delivered a statement widely regarded as too little, too late. She said she was sorry, that she thought about Emma every day, that she wished she could take it back. The words were hollow, lacking authentic emotional depth. Several observers later noted Madison's apology focused more on her own suffering than Emma's death. It was performance, one last attempt to manipulate. It didn't work. Judge Morrison's sentencing decision was delivered with somber gravity. He sentenced Madison Clark to life imprisonment with eligibility for parole after 40 years, the maximum allowed under Pennsylvania law for juvenile offenders. He stated the premeditation, extreme violence, and lack of genuine remorse warranted the harshest available punishment, that Madison had proven herself a danger to others, that society's interest in safety outweighed consideration of her youth. McKean noted 40 years would give Madison time to mature, to receive counseling, to demonstrate whether she was capable of profound transformation that might someday make release appropriate. But he emphasized parole wasn't guaranteed, that the decision would rest with future boards evaluating whether Madison had genuinely changed. The sentence meant Madison would be 57 years old before she could even apply for parole, effectively ensuring she'd spend the majority of her life incarcerated for 18 minutes of violence, for one night when jealousy and resentment exploded into murder, for the choice to pick up a bat and end a child's life. The price was the rest of her own. The gavel fell with a sharp crack that echoed through the courtroom like a closing door. Madison collapsed into sobs, her defense team surrounding her as bailiffs prepared transport to state prison. Lindsay Hartwell wept with mixture of relief and ongoing grief. Justice had been delivered, but it couldn't bring Emma back. David and Karen Clark sat holding each other, destroyed by the sentence, meaning they'd likely never see their daughter outside prison walls again. The courtroom slowly emptied, spectators filing out into spring sunshine that felt surreal after the darkness they'd witnessed. Madison was led away in handcuffs and shackles. disappearing through a side door that led to holding cells and transport vehicles. The smirk she'd once worn, the confidence she'd displayed when she thought she'd gotten away with murder, had long since disappeared, replaced by hollow-eyed reality of someone who'd spend the rest of her life paying for violence she'd chosen, for cruelty she'd inflicted, for prayers that couldn't save her from the truth. Months later, as the case faded from daily headlines but remained etched in memories of everyone who'd experienced it, the audio recording continued to haunt those who'd heard it. Emma Hartwell's voice, captured in her final moments, served as eternal testament to the cruelty she'd endured and the justice system's duty to protect the vulnerable. Madison Clark's voice, cold and vicious as she abused a terrified child, remained a chilling reminder that evil sometimes wore the face of an ordinary teenager. That monsters could emerge from seemingly normal families. That justice, when properly pursued, could distinguish between genuine innocence and performances of innocence. The Clark home was eventually sold. The basement where Emma died, renovated to erase physical evidence of tragedy, though no renovation could erase memory of what happened there. Emma's grave in the local cemetery became a site of remembrance, adorned with flowers and stuffed horses left by community members who refused to let her short life be forgotten. And somewhere in a Pennsylvania state prison, Madison Clark began serving a sentence that would last the rest of her life. A tangible reminder that justice always finds its way, that no amount of prayer can save those who've already condemned themselves through their own actions. That technology captures truth even when we don't know it's listening. That in the end, evidence speaks louder than lies. That recordings don't lie. That blood tells stories. That forensic science reveals what criminals try to hide. Madison Clark had thought she was clever, had thought she could stage an accident, could perform grief, could pray her way to innocence. She was wrong about everything. The recording had played. The truth had been heard. The gavel had fallen with finality that echoed like thunder. And Madison Clark, who'd stood in that courtroom with hands clasped in prayer, swearing she was innocent, learned that sometimes justice arrives not through brilliant detective work, but through a device in the hallway that never stopped listening. Sometimes truth is captured in audio format. Sometimes your own voice condemns you. Sometimes prayers aren't enough. Sometimes justice is simply inevitable. If you think justice was served, make sure others see this story too. Share your thoughts below and subscribe for more stories where accountability prevails. 6 months after sentencing, the Clark family home stood empty. A for sale sign planted in the front yard swayed gently in the autumn breeze. The house that had once represented hope for Emma Hartwell and stability for the Clark family had become a monument to tragedy. Real estate agents struggled to market the property. How do you sell a home where a child was murdered, where blood had soaked into concrete, where a family had imploded? The listing deliberately omitted the address from public websites. Potential buyers were pre-screened to ensure they understood the property's history. Eventually, a couple from out of state purchased it at a significant discount. They planned extensive renovations, tearing out the basement entirely, rebuilding it from foundation to ceiling, as if new drywall and fresh paint could erase what had happened there, as if physical renovation could cleanse spiritual contamination. It couldn't, but they would try anyway. David and Karen Clark had divorced quietly 3 months after Madison's sentencing, not because they blamed each other, but because continuing together meant constantly confronting shared grief and guilt. Every conversation circled back to the same unanswerable questions. How had they missed the signs? How had Madison's resentment grown so toxic without them noticing? Could they have prevented Emma's murder if they'd been more attentive? If they'd taken Madison's complaints more seriously? If they'd insisted on family counseling earlier? The questions had no answers, just endless circular guilt that eroded whatever foundation their marriage had once possessed. Karen moved to another state, changed her name, tried to build a life where no one knew her as the mother of a murderer. David stayed in Lancaster County but became a ghost, quit his job, rarely left his apartment, attended therapy 3 times a week, trying to process trauma that had no resolution. They visited Madison separately at the state prison. Karen went monthly at first, sitting across from her daughter in a sterile visiting room, trying to maintain connection with a child she no longer recognized. Madison talked about prison life, about her cellmate, about classes she was taking, but never about Emma, never about what she'd done. Never with genuine remorse that went beyond words clearly designed to manipulate parole boards decades in the future. After 6 months, Karen's visits became quarterly. After a year, twice yearly. The emotional toll was too great. Sitting across from Madison, looking into eyes that showed no real empathy, no authentic understanding of the life she'd destroyed. It was like visiting a stranger wearing her daughter's face. David went less frequently, every few months, and the visits left him hollowed out for weeks afterward. But he couldn't completely abandon her. She was still his daughter, despite everything, despite the monster she'd become. Emma's biological mother, Lindsay Hartwell, had maintained sobriety through sheer force of will and grief-fueled determination. She'd been clean for 3 years before Emma's death, had been rebuilding her life, working toward potential reunification. Emma's murder could have been the excuse to relapse, to numb the pain with the drugs that had stolen so many years. But Lindsay refused. She stayed sober as a tribute to her daughter, started volunteering with foster care advocacy groups, speaking at training sessions for prospective foster parents, sharing Emma's story as a cautionary tale about sibling dynamics and warning signs. Her grief was visible in everything she did. The way her voice broke when saying Emma's name, the way she carried that photograph everywhere, the way she visited Emma's grave weekly with fresh flowers and stuffed horses. But she channeled her pain into purpose, into trying to prevent other Emmas from dying in homes supposed to keep them safe. Ashley Torres, Madison's former best friend, had transferred to a different high school after the trial. The weight of guilt and unwanted attention had become unbearable. Students whispered about her, asked questions about Madison, about whether Ashley had known, whether she'd suspected. Whether she could have prevented Emma's murder by reporting Madison's disturbing messages. Ashley had cooperated fully with prosecutors, had testified despite the personal cost. But cooperation didn't ease guilt. She'd seen warning signs. Madison's jealousy, her dark humor about making Emma disappear, the resentment in her texts. At the time, Ashley had dismissed it as normal teenage venting. Now she knew better. Now she understood that some warning signs need to be taken seriously. That sometimes dark jokes aren't jokes. That sometimes friends need intervention, not enablement. She attended therapy, struggled with depression, battled thoughts that maybe if she'd told someone, Emma would still be alive. Her therapist kept reminding her that Madison's choices weren't Ashley's responsibility. But guilt doesn't respond to logic. The Lancaster County foster care system underwent significant reforms in the year following Emma's death. Our mandatory training was enhanced to focus on biological children's adjustment when foster children entered homes. Regular check-ins were instituted not just with foster children, but with all children in the household. Warning signs of resentment and maladaptation were added to caseworker assessment protocols. Emma's law, as advocates called it, required family counseling as a condition of foster placement when biological children were present. The reforms wouldn't bring Emma back. Wouldn't undo the tragedy. But maybe they'd prevent the next one. Maybe some future Emma would be saved because the system learned from this failure. That was the hope, anyway. Whether hope translated to reality remained to be seen. Bureaucratic reforms looked good on paper. Implementation was always harder. But at least people were trying. At least Emma's death had sparked conversation about vulnerabilities in the system. The audio recording that had convicted Madison Clark became a training tool, used by law enforcement agencies teaching digital forensics, by prosecutors training on evidence presentation, by defense attorneys learning what cases couldn't be won, always with names redacted and identifying details removed. But the content remained. Madison's voice, Emma's cries, the sounds of violence. It existed now in legal databases, in training materials, in law school casebooks discussing admissibility of smart home device recordings. Emma's murder had become jurisprudence, a legal precedent cited in other cases involving audio evidence. It felt wrong somehow, reducing a child's death to a footnote in legal arguments. But that's how the system worked. Tragedy became precedent. Individual suffering became generalized principle. Personal grief became impersonal policy. Emma Hartwell's life mattered, but in the legal world, her death mattered more. Because deaths change laws. Lives just exist until they don't. Madison Clark's case became a true crime phenomenon. YouTube channels dissected it. Podcasts analyzed it. Reddit threads debated whether she'd shown genuine remorse or just performed it. Some commenters expressed sympathy, argued she was a child herself, that her brain wasn't fully developed, that 40 years was too harsh. Others demanded harsher punishment, wished Pennsylvania still had the death penalty, called Madison a monster who deserved to rot. The debates raged online, strangers arguing about a case they knew only through media reports. None of them had sat in that courtroom. None had heard the recording firsthand. None had looked into Lindsay Hartwell's eyes and seen a mother's grief. But everyone had opinions. That was the nature of true crime culture. Tragedy as entertainment, suffering as content. Real lives reduced to narrative fodder for people eating dinner while watching murder documentaries. The community of Lancaster County slowly healed. Though healed might be the wrong word. Adjusted might be better. Life continued. People moved on. Emma's memorial in the subdivision park was eventually removed. The candles and flowers and stuffed animals cleared away by maintenance crews. New families moved into the neighborhood. Children played in the same park where Emma had once hoped to belong. They didn't know her story, didn't know that years earlier, a girl who loved horses and drawing had lived nearby and died violently. History faded. Tragedy became footnote, eventually became forgotten, except by those directly affected. That's how communities survive trauma. Not by processing it, but by burying it, by returning to normal, by pretending the darkness never touched them, even though it had, even though it always would, because evil doesn't announce itself, doesn't wear signs. Sometimes it looks like an ordinary teenage girl, until the recording plays, until the truth emerges, until justice arrives and reveals the monster underneath. Madison Clark entered the Pennsylvania State Correctional Institution at Muncie as inmate number 784523. Processed through intake with mechanical efficiency, stripped of civilian clothes and personal identity, issued standard-issue prison uniform, assigned to a cell in a unit housing younger inmates segregated from general population for their own safety. At 17, Madison was among the youngest prisoners in the facility. A child in a world of hardened adults. A murderer among thieves and addicts, and women who'd made different kinds of mistakes. The first months were brutal, not because of physical violence, but because of the psychological weight of understanding this was forever. That outside those walls, life continued without her. That her friends were graduating high school, going to college, building futures. While she counted days in a 6x8 cell, wondering if she'd ever see the other side of 40 years. Prison staff had been briefed on Madison's case. They'd read the reports, heard about the audio recording, understood she'd murdered a foster child with premeditation and shown no genuine remorse. Some guards treated her with cold professionalism, others with barely concealed contempt. Violence against children was universally despised, even among criminals. Madison quickly learned not to discuss her crime, not to share details about why she was there. When other inmates asked, she gave vague answers. A fight that went too far. An accident that wasn't really an accident. She never mentioned Emma by name, never acknowledged the 17 skull fractures, never admitted she'd researched how to crack someone's skull before doing exactly that. Self-preservation required rewriting her narrative, casting herself as victim rather than perpetrator. It was performance, but performance she'd always excelled at. Her cellmate was a woman named Tanya, 34 years old, serving 15 for drug distribution. Tanya had done time before, knew the rhythms of prison life, taught Madison the unwritten rules. Don't ask questions about other people's crimes. Don't show weakness. Don't trust guards who pretend to be your friend. Keep your head down and do your time. Tanya was tough, but not cruel. Didn't press Madison for details about her case. Seemed content to coexist in their small shared space without forcing intimacy. They weren't friends, but they weren't enemies. Just two people trapped in proximity trying to survive years that stretched ahead like endless desert. Madison appreciated the distance. Appreciated not having to perform for Tanya, and not having to pretend to be remorseful or broken or anything other than exactly what she was. Someone serving time, waiting for decades to pass. Madison enrolled in the prison's educational program, earned her GED within 6 months since she'd been arrested before completing her senior year. Started taking community college courses offered through the facility. Psychology, sociology, criminal justice. The irony wasn't lost on her. Studying criminal justice while serving life for murder. But education passed time, gave structure to endless days, made her look good for future parole boards. Everything she did now was calculated for parole. Every class taken, every therapy session attended, every good behavior report earned. 40 years seemed insurmountable, but it was finite, unlike life without parole. 40 years meant that at 57, if she played the game perfectly, she might get out, might taste freedom again. That possibility, however distant, kept her going through days that otherwise felt meaningless. She attended mandatory therapy sessions with the prison psychologist. Dr. Rebecca Chen specialized in treating juvenile offenders sentenced as adults. She'd worked with Madison for 18 months. Their sessions followed a familiar pattern. Dr. Chen would ask about Madison's emotional state, about whether she'd reflected on her crime, about whether she experienced remorse. Madison would deliver carefully crafted responses, would say she thought about Emma every day, that she wished she could undo what happened, that she was working on understanding why she'd done it. The words were performance. Dr. Chen knew it. Madison knew she knew it. But they continued the dance anyway, because therapy was mandatory, because looking like you were engaging with rehabilitation was essential for parole, because this was how the system worked. Everyone performing roles, everyone pretending transformation was happening, and when really it was just time passing, just years accumulating, just waiting. In rare moments of honest introspection, usually late at night when the prison was quiet and Tanya was sleeping, Madison thought about Emma, not with remorse, not with the kind of guilt that consumes and transforms, but with something more complicated. Regret, maybe. Not regret for killing Emma, but regret for getting caught, for the recording that had destroyed her defense, for the technology she hadn't known existed. If that device hadn't captured audio that night, she might have gotten away with it. The forensic evidence was strong, but not insurmountable. The digital trails were suspicious, but not definitive. Without the recording, her story might have held. Reasonable doubt might have existed. She might be free right now, living her life, going to college, building a future. Instead, she was here, because of one device she hadn't known was listening. That was what haunted her, not Emma's death, but her own stupidity in not checking for security systems. It was narcissism in its purest form, regret without remorse, self-pity without empathy. Other inmates sometimes asked what she'd done, the ones who hadn't heard, who didn't follow news or read case files. Madison had perfected her deflection. Would say she'd been in a fight, that someone had died, but it was complicated, that she'd been young and scared and made bad choices. The vagueness usually satisfied curiosity without inviting deeper questions. But occasionally, someone would recognize her, would remember the headlines. Teen prays in court, swears she's innocent. Then the recording plays. Would remember the case of the foster sister murdered with a baseball bat. When that happened, Madison became invisible. Other inmates would stop talking to her, would move away in the cafeteria, would refuse to make eye contact. Even in prison, there was hierarchy. Even among criminals, some crimes were unforgivable. Killing children topped that list. Madison learned to identify herself carefully, to gauge who might know before revealing too much, to protect herself through selective truth and strategic omission. Years passed slowly, one blending into the next. Madison's 19th birthday came and went in her cell, then her 20th, 21st. She watched through reinforced windows as seasons changed, spring to summer to fall to winter and back again. Watched the world outside continue without her. Her parents' visits became less frequent. Karen eventually stopped coming altogether, moved on with her life in whatever way she could. David still came occasionally, but the visits were painful. They'd sit across from each other with nothing to say. He'd ask how she was doing. She'd say fine. He'd tell her he loved her. She'd say it back, neither meaning it the way it used to mean. Love distorted by horror, by guilt, by the knowledge that he'd raised someone capable of murder, that his daughter had killed his foster daughter, that his family was a crime scene. The visits always ended the same way. David would leave looking older, grayer, more broken. Madison would return to her cell feeling nothing, just empty, just existing, just waiting for decades to pass so she could argue to a parole board that she'd been transformed, that she deserved freedom, even though deep down, she knew she hadn't changed. Not really. She'd just gotten better at hiding who she really was. Emma Hartwell's grave sat in a quiet corner of Lancaster County Memorial Cemetery. A simple headstone marked the spot. Emma Grace Hartwell, beloved daughter, gone too soon. Below the inscription, an engraving of a horse running free. Emma had never gotten those riding lessons, never touched a real horse, never experienced the joy she dreamed about during those brief months in the Clark home. The grave was well maintained. Fresh flowers appeared regularly, sometimes roses, sometimes daisies, sometimes wildflowers that looked like they'd been picked by hand rather than purchased. Lindsay Hartwell came weekly, would sit on the grass beside the stone and talk to her daughter, tell her about her day, about the advocacy work she was doing, about the other foster children she was trying to help. Lindsay would cry every time, the grief never lessening, never healing, just learning to live alongside it, learning to function despite it, learning to channel it into something resembling purpose. The stuffed elephant, Chester, the one Emma had carried through 6 foster placements, the one that had been with her since a nurse gifted it during a hospital stay years earlier. Chester now sat in a display case at the Lancaster County Foster Care Advocacy Center, part of a small memorial to Emma and other children who died in the system. The memorial was controversial. Some people felt it was morbid, exploiting tragedy, using dead children for fundraising and political messaging. Others felt it was necessary, a tangible reminder that foster care wasn't always safe. The children placed in homes for protection sometimes died there. That vigilance was essential, that Emma's death meant something, that her life had mattered. The debate continued, but Chester remained, a worn stuffed animal behind glass, a symbol of childhood innocence and system failure, of dreams interrupted and lives stolen. The advocacy work that emerged from Emma's death focused on comprehensive reform. Emma's law had passed the state legislature 8 months after her murder, required family counseling when foster children were placed in homes with biological children, mandated regular check-ins with all children in foster households, not just the foster children themselves, created protocols for identifying resentment and adjustment difficulties in biological siblings, allocated funding for family therapy and support services. It was good legislation, well-intentioned. Whether it would prevent future tragedies remained uncertain. Laws look good on paper. Implementation is always harder. Funding gets cut. Protocols get ignored. Caseworkers are overworked and underpaid and can't possibly catch every warning sign. But at least people were trying. At least Emma's death had sparked change. That was something. Small comfort to Lindsay, but something. Schools in Lancaster County implemented new curricula addressing foster care awareness and empathy education. Elementary and middle school students learned about what foster children experienced, about the trauma many carried, about the importance of inclusion and kindness. High schools included units on family dynamics and conflict resolution, teaching teenagers to recognize unhealthy patterns in themselves and others, to seek help when jealousy or resentment felt overwhelming. The programs were well designed, evidence-based. Would they have saved Emma? Impossible to know. Madison had attended those same schools, had presumably been taught kindness and empathy, had learned about appropriate conflict resolution, and still descended basement stairs with a bat and beat a child to death. Education only works on people capable of learning, on people with empathy to activate, on people who see others as human beings rather than obstacles. Madison had lacked that fundamental capacity. No curriculum could have fixed that. But maybe it would help others. Maybe some future Madison would seek counseling instead of committing murder. Maybe that was worth trying, even if it couldn't save Emma. Emma's story became required reading in foster parent training programs across Pennsylvania. Not the graphic details of her murder, but her history, the journey through 6 placements, the hope she'd felt moving into the Clark home, the regression that had gone unnoticed, the warning signs that had been missed. Foster parents studied the case, discussed what should have been done differently, learned to watch for resentment in biological children, learned to take complaints seriously even when they seemed like normal sibling rivalry, learned that foster care placement affected entire families, Not just the child being placed. The training was thorough, thoughtful. Would it prevent all future tragedies? Of course not. Nothing could. But maybe it would prevent some. Maybe Emma's death would save other children. That was the hope. The only way to extract meaning from meaningless violence. The only way to make her short life count for something beyond just the years she'd lived. Lindsay Hartwell wrote a book 3 years after Emma's death. Gone Too Soon, a mother's story of loss, addiction, and the foster care system. It was part memoir, part advocacy, brutally honest about Lindsay's failures as a mother, about the addiction that had cost her custody, about the guilt of sobering up too late, about watching her daughter thrive in another family only to be murdered by the family meant to protect her. The book didn't sell well, wasn't a bestseller or media sensation, but it found its audience, other parents who'd lost children. Recovering addicts fighting for reunification. Foster care professionals looking for real stories rather than sanitized case studies. Lindsay donated all proceeds to foster care advocacy organizations. Didn't want to profit from Emma's death. Just wanted to tell her daughter's story. Wanted people to know Emma had existed, had mattered, had been more than just a victim in a true crime case. Had been a real girl who loved horses and drawing and dreamed of a family that would keep her. And the Clark family home sold eventually. The new owners renovated extensively, tore out the basement completely as planned, built a new one with different layout and fresh everything, painted the entire house, replaced flooring, changed fixtures, tried to erase history through renovation. They had children, 2 kids who played in the yard where Emma had once hoped to feel at home, who ran through rooms where Emma had carried dishes and apologized for existing, who had no idea what had happened in their house years before their family moved in. Their parents had decided not to tell them, figured they'd find out eventually, living in Lancaster County where people remembered. But for now, let them be innocent. Let them live in the house without knowing its history, without feeling haunted. It was controversial. Real estate law required disclosure. But trauma disclosure to children was parental discretion. So the new family lived there, and the house held its secrets. And the basement where Emma died became a playroom for children who didn't know they were playing where someone had been murdered. History buried, ghosts ignored, life continuing despite tragedy. But Emma wasn't forgotten. Not by everyone. Not by the people who'd loved her. Not by the caseworkers who'd tried to help her. Not by Lindsay, who visited that grave every week. Not by the advocacy groups who spoke her name at conferences. And not by the foster children who heard her story in training sessions and understood how easily they could become another Emma. Not by the justice system that had delivered her killer to prison for 40 years. Emma Hartwell had lived 12 years, had died violently, had become a cautionary tale and legal precedent and legislative namesake. Her life had been measured in absence, in the riding lessons she never took, the art she never created, the future she never experienced. But her death had meaning, had sparked change, had saved some number of children who would never know they'd been saved. That was Emma's legacy, not her life, but what her death prevented. It was unfair, tragic, Wrong. A child shouldn't have to die for systems to improve. But that's often how change happens. Through tragedy. Through failure so catastrophic it can't be ignored. Emma Hartwell was that failure, and her name would endure, not because of how she lived, but because of how she died, and because people who'd never met her refused to let her be forgotten. The investigation into system failures began 6 months after Madison's conviction. Pennsylvania's Department of Human Services launched a comprehensive review of Emma Hartwell's case. They examined every placement, every caseworker interaction, every decision point that led from her removal from Lindsay's care at age 4 to her death at age 12 in the Clark home. The review team consisted of child welfare experts, forensic psychologists and independent investigators tasked with identifying failures and recommending reforms. What they found was depressing, but not surprising. The system hadn't catastrophically failed Emma in obvious ways. It had failed her through 1,000 small cuts, through overworked caseworkers managing impossible caseloads, through documentation that existed but wasn't read, through warning signs that were noted but not escalated, through a system that treated children like case numbers rather than human beings, through bureaucracy that valued process over outcomes, through underfunding that made best practices impossible to implement. Emma's caseworker, Rachel Martinez, had been managing 43 active cases when Emma was placed with the Clarks. State guidelines recommended no more than 15. With 43 cases, Rachel had approximately 30 minutes per month to spend on each child. 30 minutes to conduct home visits, review school records, talk to therapists, assess family dynamics, ensure safety and well-being. It was absurd, impossible. Rachel had done her best, had visited the Clark home quarterly as required, had spoken with Emma briefly during each visit, had asked standard questions. Are you happy here? Do you feel safe? Is anyone hurting you? Emma had answered appropriately. Yes, yes, no. She'd seemed quiet but not distressed. And the Clarks had been model foster parents. Their home was clean. They had excellent references. They attended required training. There were no red flags. Or rather, there were red flags. Madison's resentment, Emma's regression. But they were subtle. Easy to miss when you had 30 minutes per month per child and 43 children depending on you. The review found that Emma's therapist had noted concerns in her final sessions. Emma had mentioned her sister didn't want her there, had drawn pictures of herself alone in rooms while other family members were together, had shown anxiety about going home. The therapist had documented these observations, had noted regression, had planned to discuss concerns with Emma's caseworker at their next coordination meeting. That meeting was scheduled for October 15th. Emma died September 27th. 19 days before concerns would have been formally communicated. 19 days that might have made a difference, or might not have. Impossible to know. The review didn't blame the therapist. She'd followed protocols, had documented appropriately. The system was simply too slow, too bureaucratic, too fragmented. Information existed, but didn't flow quickly enough to prevent tragedy. Communication happened, but not in real time. By the time concerns filtered through proper channels, Emma was dead. The review also examined the Clark family's approval process. David and Karen had passed all background checks, had completed required training, had provided appropriate references. During their home study, the social worker had interviewed Madison, had asked if she was comfortable with foster siblings joining the family. Madison had said yes, had performed appropriate enthusiasm, had followed the script her parents had coached her on. The social worker had noted Madison seemed mature and accepting, had no concerns about the family dynamic, because Madison had been a good actress. I had known what adults wanted to hear, had hidden her resentment perfectly during the official assessment. The review didn't fault the social worker, didn't suggest she'd failed, just acknowledged that some people, even some teenagers, are skilled manipulators. That interviews and assessments can only reveal what people choose to show. That Madison had chosen to hide her true feelings until after approval was granted and Emma had moved in. The review made 27 recommendations. Reduce caseworker caseloads to maximum of 15. Increase funding for family therapy and support services. Enhance training on recognizing maladaptation in biological siblings. Create rapid response protocols for therapists to communicate urgent concerns. Implement monthly rather than quarterly home visits. Require separate interviews with all household members, not just foster children. Develop standardized assessment tools for evaluating biological siblings adjustment. The recommendations were comprehensive, evidence-based, expensive. Implementation would require legislative approval and significant budget increases. In a state where child welfare was chronically underfunded and politically unpopular because increasing taxes for foster care didn't win elections, some recommendations were implemented. Emma's law passed. Some funding increased, but many recommendations remained unfunded aspirations. Good ideas without resources to make them reality. And the system improved at the margins but remained fundamentally broken. No individual was disciplined. Rachel Martinez kept her job. The social worker who'd approved the Clark family wasn't sanctioned. Emma's therapist faced no consequences, because no one had violated policies or acted negligently. They'd all followed existing protocols, done their jobs within the constraints of an underfunded, overwhelmed system. The failure was systemic, not individual. That's what made it so frustrating. There was no villain to fire, no incompetent caseworker to blame. Just a system that demanded superhuman performance from overworked, underpaid professionals and then acted shocked when tragedy slipped through the cracks. Emma's death wasn't caused by one person's negligence. It was caused by structural issues no individual could fix, by funding shortages, by impossible caseloads, by bureaucratic processes that prioritized documentation over relationships, by a society that didn't value child welfare enough to resource it appropriately. Other foster children in the system heard about Emma's death, understood the message it sent, that even when you found a home, you weren't safe, that foster care was temporary and dangerous, and nowhere was permanent, that the system supposedly protecting you was too broken to actually protect anyone. Some children ran away rather than risk another placement. Others became more withdrawn, stopped trusting, or stopped hoping. Emma's death had ripple effects beyond just the Clark family. Affected dozens of kids who'd never met her but understood they could easily become her. Could easily end up dead in a basement because a biological sibling resented them and no one noticed until it was too late. The system's failure wasn't just Emma's death. It was the trauma inflicted on every child who heard about it and lost whatever fragile trust they'd been building. And the Department of Human Services issued a formal statement 6 months after the review concluded. Acknowledged system failures, expressed commitment to reform, listed improvements already implemented and others planned, offered condolences to Emma's family. It was bureaucratic, impersonal, written by committee and vetted by lawyers, designed to acknowledge problems without accepting liability, to express sympathy without admitting culpability, to promise improvement without guaranteeing results. Lindsay Hartwell read the statement and felt nothing. Her daughter was still dead, the system still broken. Promises of reform felt hollow when those reforms wouldn't bring Emma back, wouldn't give her the riding lessons she'd dreamed about, wouldn't let her grow up and experience the life stolen from her. The statement was filed, the case closed, the system moved on, because systems always do. Individual tragedies fade, bureaucracy continues. And somewhere, a caseworker with 43 cases was trying desperately to keep all those children safe with 30 minutes per month per child, and hoping against hope that none of them would become the next Emma Hartwell, the next name on a reform bill, the next child measured in absence rather than presence, the next preventable tragedy that somehow happened anyway because the system everyone knew was broken stayed broken despite endless reports and recommendations and promises that this time would be different. This time, reform would stick. This time, no more children would die, until the next one did, and the cycle repeated. Investigation, review, recommendations, partial implementation, another death, another investigation, forever. 20 years passed. Madison Clark was 37 years old, 2 decades into her 40-year minimum sentence before parole eligibility. The world outside prison had changed dramatically. Technology had advanced, politics had shifted, social movements had risen and fallen. Life had continued for everyone except Madison, whose life remained suspended in the same 6x8 cell, the same routines, the same waiting. She'd been a model prisoner. Her record was spotless. No disciplinary infractions. Or she'd earned multiple degrees through prison education programs, had completed every available therapy and rehabilitation program, had become a tutor for other inmates, had written essays about rehabilitation and redemption that appeared in criminal justice journals. From the outside, Madison Clark looked like exactly the kind of success story the justice system celebrated. A juvenile offender transformed through incarceration into a productive, rehabilitated citizen worthy of a second chance. But anyone who looked closely could see the performance, could recognize that Madison had simply gotten better at manipulation, that the mask had become more sophisticated but remained a mask nonetheless. Dr. Rebecca Chen had worked with Madison for 2 decades. Mandatory therapy sessions every 2 weeks for 20 years. That was over 500 hours of interaction. More than enough time to understand someone, to see beneath their defenses, to identify genuine change versus strategic performance. And Dr. Chen knew Madison hadn't changed. Not really. Yes, Madison said the right things, expressed appropriate remorse, discussed her crime with what sounded like genuine reflection. But there was always something off. An emptiness behind the words, a calculation beneath the emotion. Madison had learned to mimic remorse without actually feeling it. Had studied empathy like a foreign language she could speak fluently without understanding. Had mastered the vocabulary of rehabilitation without undergoing actual transformation. Dr. Chen documented this carefully, wrote detailed reports noting Madison's exemplary behavior but questioning the authenticity of her emotional growth. The reports would become critical years later when parole hearings finally arrived. Lindsay Hartwell was 56 years old, 20 years of sobriety, 2 decades of advocacy work. She'd helped reform foster care policies across Pennsylvania, had spoken at hundreds of training sessions, had met with legislators and governors, had channeled her grief into purpose so effectively that people sometimes forgot she was a bereaved mother and saw her only as an advocate. But Lindsay never forgot. Visited Emma's grave every week for 20 years. Never missed. Not once, rain or shine, sickness or health. She'd sit by that headstone and talk to her daughter, tell her about the children they'd saved through reform, and about the policies implemented in her name, about the legacy her short life had created. Lindsay had aged visibly in those 20 years, hair gone grey, face lined with grief that never healed. She'd never remarried, never had other children. Emma had been her only child. And Emma was gone. Stolen by someone who'd get a chance at freedom after 40 years when Emma would never get a chance at anything again. David Clark had died 8 years after Madison's conviction. Massive heart attack at 54. The medical examiner ruled natural causes, but everyone who knew him understood the truth. Grief had killed him. The weight of raising a murderer, of losing 2 daughters in different ways, of visiting Madison in prison and seeing no authentic remorse, of living with questions that had no answers. It had crushed him gradually until his heart literally gave out. Karen didn't attend his funeral. She'd moved to Oregon, changed her name to Karen Walsh, built a new life where no one knew her history. She'd stopped visiting Madison after 5 years, couldn't maintain the fiction anymore, couldn't pretend she still had a relationship with the daughter who destroyed their family. She'd remarried, had stepchildren, tried to build something resembling normalcy. But she thought about Emma constantly, about the foster daughter she'd failed to protect, about warning signs she'd missed, and about how a girl she'd welcomed into her home had died in her basement while she slept upstairs. The guilt never left, just learned to coexist with daily life. Madison had learned through a brief letter that her father died. No details, just notification. She'd cried in her cell. Tanya had asked if she was okay. Madison had said no, had actually felt something real for the first time in years. Not grief exactly, more like recognition of permanent loss. David had been her last connection to life before prison. the last person who'd known her as more than inmate 784523. With him gone, her past was truly severed. She was only what she was now, a lifer with an eventual parole date, a statistic, a case number. She'd written to Karen, but the letter had been returned marked refused. Karen didn't want contact, didn't want to know Madison existed. That hurt more than David's death. Being rejected by her own mother, being erased from Karen's new life. But Madison understood. On some intellectual level, she recognized that Karen had every right to move on, to cut ties, to protect her own mental health. Understanding didn't make it hurt less, though. The Pennsylvania Department of Corrections underwent significant reforms in the 15 years following Madison's conviction. Sentencing laws changed. Juvenile justice policies evolved. Public opinion shifted toward rehabilitation over punishment. By the time Madison hit year 20, there was growing momentum for sentence reviews for juvenile lifers. Advocacy groups argued that mandatory decades-long sentences for crimes committed before age 18 violated evolving standards of decency. That neuroscience had proven adolescent brains weren't fully developed, that people deserved opportunities for redemption, that 40 years was excessive for someone who'd been 17 at the time of their crime. Several juvenile lifers had their sentences commuted or reduced. Madison's attorneys filed motions for sentence reconsideration, arguing she'd been a model prisoner, had demonstrated rehabilitation, deserved a chance at earlier parole consideration. The motions were supported by reams of documentation, her educational achievements, her clean disciplinary record, letters from prison staff attesting to her positive attitude and contributions to the prison community. The motions were opposed by the district attorney's office. Jennifer Caldwell had retired, but her successor, Michael Torres, reviewed the case thoroughly, read transcripts, listened to that audio recording, reviewed Dr. Chen's reports, and concluded that Madison Clark remained a danger, that her rehabilitation was performance, not transformation, that releasing her would dishonor Emma's memory and endanger public safety. Torres filed opposition briefs citing the premeditation, extreme violence, and lack of genuine remorse. He included victim impact statements from Lindsay Hartwell, from Emma's former caseworkers, from foster care advocates who argued that early release would send a message that murdering foster children had limited consequences. The judge assigned to hear the motion read everything, listened to oral arguments, took the matter under advisement for 3 months, then denied the motion, ruling that Madison's 40-year minimum sentence was appropriate given the circumstances, that she could reapply when actually eligible for parole at year 40, but not before. Madison received the news in her cell, sat there staring at the legal document. Another 20 years, 2 more decades before even the possibility of freedom. She'd be 57, an old woman, half her life gone. She felt something crack inside, not her mask. That stayed intact, but something deeper, some last vestige of hope she'd been carrying. The realization that 40 years meant 40 years, and that good behavior and degrees and perfect performance wouldn't erase what she'd done, wouldn't change the recording that still existed in legal databases, wouldn't resurrect Emma Hartwell, wouldn't satisfy the demands of justice. She'd have to serve every single day of those 40 years. And even then, parole wasn't guaranteed. Even then, she might die in prison. The weight of that settled over her like a shroud. This was her life now, forever, until she was too old to matter. Until everyone who'd known Emma was dead and her crime was ancient history. Only then might she get out, might taste freedom, might walk down a street without guards watching. But that was 20 years away, 20 more years of waiting, of existing in suspended animation, of time passing without living. It was, in its own way, a kind of death, slower than the one she'd given Emma, but death nonetheless. 40 years. Madison Clark was 57 years old, streaks of grey in her hair, and lines etched deep around her eyes and mouth, the kind of worn appearance that comes from decades of institutional life, from fluorescent lighting and prison food and stress that accumulates in the body until it becomes visible on the face. She'd spent more time in prison than she'd spent free, her entire adult life behind bars. She'd been 17 when arrested, a lifetime ago. Most of the correctional officers working at Muncie now hadn't even been born when Madison killed Emma. And the case that had consumed news cycles for months in 2024 was ancient history to them. Just another file in an old database. Just another inmate approaching parole eligibility. They didn't know the details, didn't know about the recording, didn't know about a 12-year-old girl who'd loved horses and died on a basement floor. To them, Madison was just an aging inmate who'd done her time quietly and now deserved consideration for release. The parole hearing was scheduled for November 2064, 40 years and 2 months after Emma's death. The hearing would be conducted virtually. Technology had advanced to the point where parole hearings no longer required physical presence. Madison would appear via holographic feed from a conference room at Muncie. The parole board would convene in Harrisburg. Victims and their representatives could participate remotely. The entire proceeding would be recorded and archived. Madison prepared obsessively, worked with her attorneys to craft testimony that acknowledged her crime, demonstrated remorse, and presented evidence of rehabilitation. She'd rehearsed answers to anticipated questions, had memorized statistics about recidivism rates for juvenile offenders, had prepared statements about what she'd do if released, where she'd live, how she'd support herself, what her reintegration plan looked like. It was all carefully choreographed, a performance decades in the making. Lindsay Hartwell was 76 years old, frail but determined, still visiting Emma's grave weekly after 40 years, still fighting for foster children through the advocacy organization she'd founded, still carrying that photograph of Emma everywhere she went. When notified about Madison's parole hearing, Lindsay had been clear. She would oppose release, would testify against parole, would ensure the board understood that Madison Clark remained dangerous. That 40 years of good behavior behind bars didn't erase premeditated murder, didn't resurrect her daughter, didn't undo the trauma inflicted on thousands of foster children who'd heard Emma's story and understood they were vulnerable. Lindsay had prepared her own statement, had worked with victims' advocates to present it effectively. This would be her last fight. She was old, tired, sick with the kind of illnesses that accumulate with age. But she had enough left to fight this one more time. To ensure Emma's voice was heard, even though Emma had been dead longer than she'd been alive. The parole board consisted of 5 members, all appointed by the governor, all trained in criminal justice and recidivism assessment. They'd reviewed Madison's entire file, her prison record, her educational achievements, Dr. Chen's reports spanning 4 decades, the original trial transcripts, the audio recording. They deliberated for weeks before the hearing, as some members felt Madison had served enough time. That 40 years was sufficient punishment for a crime committed at 17. That her prison record suggested she was no longer a threat. Others felt life meant life, that the premeditation and violence warranted lifetime incarceration, that releasing her would be injustice. The board was divided. The hearing would be decisive. Madison's testimony would matter, as would opposition statements. This wasn't a formality, and the outcome was genuinely uncertain. The hearing began at 9 a.m. on a cold November morning. Madison appeared via hologram, seated at a table in a conference room, wearing civilian clothes for the first time in 40 years. A modest dress, not unlike the one she'd worn at trial. Her attorneys flanked her virtually. The parole board members appeared in their own frames, serious faces arranged in a grid. Lindsay Hartwell appeared from her home in Lancaster. Seated in front of a wall covered with photographs of Emma. Victim advocates filled other virtual spaces. Representatives from foster care organizations who'd submitted statements opposing parole. The proceeding felt surreal. This reckoning, 40 years in the making, happening through screens and holograms and digital connections. But the emotions were real. The stakes were real. The question of whether Madison Clark deserved freedom was real. The board chair opened by explaining procedures. Each board member would have opportunities to question Madison. Opposition statements would be heard. Then the board would deliberate and render a decision. He turned to Madison, asked her to address the board, to explain why she deserved parole. Madison took a breath, delivered the statement she'd rehearsed for months. She acknowledged killing Emma Hartwell, used her name, said it clearly. Emma Hartwell. She described the crime without minimizing it. It admitted she'd beaten Emma to death with a baseball bat, that it had been premeditated, that she'd researched how to do it, that she'd staged the scene, that she'd lied to police. She said she understood the magnitude of what she'd done, that she'd spent 40 years thinking about it, working to understand why she'd been capable of such violence. She said she'd been a narcissistic teenager who'd seen Emma as competition, who'd chosen murder rather than dealing with jealousy in healthy ways. And she said therapy had helped her understand her personality disorders, that she'd worked to develop empathy, that she wasn't the same person who'd killed Emma, that 40 years had genuinely transformed her. It was a good statement, well delivered, hit all the right notes, acknowledged responsibility, expressed remorse, demonstrated insight. But as Madison spoke, something felt off. Dr. Chen, watching from her own virtual space, recognized it immediately. The words were right, but the affect was wrong. Madison's remorse still felt performed rather than felt, like an actress delivering lines she'd perfected but never internalized. The board members seemed to sense it too. Their expressions were skeptical. When Madison finished, the questions began. A board member asked what Madison would say to Emma if she could. Madison paused, then said she'd tell Emma she was sorry, that she wished she could undo it, that Emma had deserved the life stolen from her. The answer was appropriate, but it felt rehearsed, mechanical. Another board member asked about Madison's victims, not just Emma, but Emma's mother, the foster care community, the Clark family. Madison acknowledged she'd destroyed multiple lives, said she understood the ripples of harm she'd caused, said she'd spend the rest of her life trying to make amends if given the chance. Then came Lindsay Hartwell's turn. The board chair invited her to make a statement. Lindsay unmuted, looked directly at Madison's holographic image, and spoke with a strength that belied her age. She said Emma had been 12 years old, that she'd survived 4 years of neglect and 6 failed foster placements, that she'd finally found a home where she thought she'd be safe, that Madison Clark had murdered her for no reason other than jealousy, that 40 years wasn't enough, that no amount of time was enough, that releasing Madison would dishonor Emma's memory and endanger whoever Madison encountered next, because people who could murder children didn't transform. They just learned to hide it better. Lindsay said she'd fought for foster care reform for 40 years, had made Emma's death mean something, had saved children through advocacy. But releasing Madison would undo that, would send a message that killing foster children had limited consequences, that even premeditated murder could be forgiven after enough time. She said Madison Clark should die in prison, should never taste freedom, should spend every remaining day paying for the life she'd stolen. The statement was devastating. Lindsay's grief was palpable, even through the holographic interface. Several board members were visibly emotional. Foster care advocates who testified next echoed Lindsay's opposition, described Emma's case as a watershed moment in child welfare, argued that parole would be injustice. Dr. Chen gave expert testimony about her 4 decades working with Madison, acknowledged Madison's behavioral progress, but noted persistent deficits in genuine empathy, said Madison had learned to mimic appropriate responses without actually feeling them, questioned whether Madison's rehabilitation was authentic transformation or sophisticated adaptation, recommended continued incarceration. The opposition was overwhelming. By the time testimony concluded and the outcome felt inevitable, Madison sat in her holographic space looking smaller, defeated, the mask finally slipping to reveal the emptiness underneath. The board deliberated for 2 hours, then reconvened virtually. The chair delivered their decision. The board had voted 4-1 to deny parole. Madison Clark would not be released. She would be eligible for reconsideration in 5 years, at which point the board would review again. But for now, she would remain incarcerated. The chair explained the reasoning. While Madison's prison record was exemplary, the board had concerns about authenticity of rehabilitation, the premeditation and extreme violence of the original crime. the vulnerability of the victim, the opposition from victims' representatives, the potential danger to public safety, all weighed against release. The decision was final, subject to appeal but unlikely to be overturned. Madison's shoulders slumped. 40 years of waiting, of performing rehabilitation, of doing everything right. And it hadn't been enough, would never be enough, because some crimes are unforgivable, some murders too calculated, some victims too innocent. Emma Hartwell would be 12 years old forever, and Madison Clark would be an inmate forever. That was justice, cold, final, inescapable. The hearing ended. Holograms blinked out one by one. Madison was escorted back to her cell, would spend the next 5 years waiting for another hearing, another chance, another opportunity to convince a parole board she deserved freedom. But deep down, she knew the truth. She'd never get out, would die in prison like so many lifers before her. The recording still existed, would always exist. Her voice captured forever saying Emma was a burden before beating her to death. That recording would be played at every parole hearing, would destroy every argument for release, would remind board members why Madison Clark needed to remain locked up. She'd thought she could outrun it, could bury it beneath 40 years of good behavior. But you can't outrun truth, can't perform your way past evidence, can't pray away justice. Lindsay Hartwell logged off and sat in her living room surrounded by photographs of Emma. She'd won. Madison would stay in prison. Justice had held. But victory felt hollow. Emma was still dead. 40 years hadn't changed that. Wouldn't change it in another 40 years or 400. Her daughter was gone. Murdered at 12 by someone who'd gotten to live to 57. Who'd gotten decades Madison had stolen from Emma. It wasn't fair. Would never be fair. But it was the closest thing to justice the system could deliver. Lindsay looked at Emma's photograph, the school picture with the shy smile, whispered, "We did it, baby. She's staying locked up. You're safe. She can't hurt anyone else." It was small comfort, but it was something. The only something left after 40 years of grief and advocacy and fighting. Emma's legacy was secure. Her death had meant something, had changed systems, had saved children, and her killer would never be free. That had to be enough, because it was all they had, all justice could deliver. The gavel had fallen 40 years ago, and its echoes still reverberated, still determined fates, still reminded everyone that some crimes are permanent, some losses irreparable, some prayers unanswered. And Madison Clark had prayed in that courtroom swearing she was innocent. Then the recording played, and justice arrived. And 40 years later, that justice still held, still kept her locked away, still honored the 12-year-old girl who'd wanted nothing more than a home and got a grave instead. That was the ending. Not happy, not satisfying, just true, just the way it was, the way it would always be, forever, until the end.